Oh, Lord. Oh, the devil is inside me today. And I must bring it out on you fine folks. Alright, I've hit go live on YouTube dangerously soon. There is no way this shit is going to be successful. I'm going to begin popping out all of our chats, and then we will get into the goddamn Scrandle zone. I think OBS can get the fuck out of here. Twitch can come up. What's up, Hellcat? How you doing? Hello, Life of Shade. Good morning. Guess who apparently has jury duty? Yay, Dark. That sucks so bad. I will not advocate on camera for any of the numerous ways you can try to get out of jury duty. All I will say is, I hope you're biased. I hope you're biased in some way. Caverick, how'd the pre-release go, dog? I am currently not scheduled for any for Edge of Eternities. Yeah, Trinket hit that crazy clickbait. I hear it's doing very well for him. You ever think about how only people with hair are useful in Dragon Ball Z? Well, hey, fuck you. First of all, that's not true. Z heard you from the other room and is crashing out. First of all, Piccolo is useful. He may not be the best, but he is regularly useful. You are just hating on Krillin, I think. And even then, like, we gotta talk about Spectrum, because Goku is the most useful, and that's typically represented by him having the most hair. But Vegeta's still useful, and he's rocking like me. Yeah, Krillin and Tien suck, but that is, like, adjacent to their baldness. Krillin, you mean the strongest human? I have not spoken about Yamcha yet. Oh yeah, Boo's bald. He's useful. What's up, Terrence? Thank you for that Prime sub for the 7th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Hey, thank you, Andres. Krillin killed Cell? Not true. Oh yeah, Cell's bald too. Krillin may have stolen the kill on Cell, but that man, If we are playing League of Legends, and somebody else does 99% of the damage, and then you do the last hit, yeah, technically you killed that person, but like, come on. Ambi, we're not doing custom. Good to see you again, by the way. But we're not doing custom card reviews during other streams because now we just do custom card streams. Now we just do custom card streams. Well, Shady Shroomy, last hits are a thing for a mechanical reason in the economies of games like League of Legends. But if we're talking in the post game, and you're like, oh, I'm so good because I killed that guy, and then you try to take full credit for it because you got the last hit, we're doing that as a joke. That's a bit. It's a funny bit. But if you go like, the 80 carry, excellent, real, appreciate you. The next one is, one sec. The next custom card stream is going to be, I'm genuinely not sure. It was supposed to be next Thursday. However, Z and I are going on a last minute 1-day Gen Con trip next week, and so we can no longer, so I'll no longer be streaming next Wednesday or next Thursday. So I have to reschedule a deck roasting stream, and the custom card stream has to get moved. It might happen over the weekend. Right now, I'm truly unsure. Hey Mald, so when you looked at my Sephiroth deck, you mentioned that I was trying to play out a Factorio mod, but my thing is, my favorite part of Magic is building shitty little value engines and watching them go burr. What would you recommend for a player like that? Factorio. Genuinely then, you can do the Sephiroth deck you built, and a million things are interchangeable with that. You are a glutton for choice if you want to build a shitty little value engine and watching them go burr. I just personally hate them. It depends on... There is a massive spectrum in the world of shitty little value engines that you want to watch run. There is a massive spectrum in terms of how much time do they take up. For instance, if you are doing, let's say like an Is It Spellslinger deck that does not create a bunch of damage and does not help you win the game, which certainly is some Spellslinger decks, and you take like a 5-minute turn and then you pass and nothing really of import happened. That's fucking annoying. I know it's supposed to be subjective. I know it's supposed to be like, we gotta let other people have a good time too. If it's like 5 or more clear minutes of you talking for nothing of import to happen, that is frustrating in a multiplayer game that we are supposed to be playing together. Now, if it's like, like Veggie Wagon has this little weirdo freak deck around Danny Pink, and that is also him making a shitty little value engine. Danny Pink lets you draw a card anytime you put a 1/1 counter on things, and so it's mono blue +1/+1 counters. So it's a little bit weird, it's a little bit niche, gives him a lot of cards, gives him power on boards. The turns take like 20 seconds because he just goes like, oh, this weird card is gonna put a counter on this guy. I pick up a card, I hit you. The attack trigger gives him another counter. I pick up a card, you get hit now. I pass the turn. I have 9 cards in hand. I'm very happy. That's super whatever. That's super fine. That is not annoying because if those turns ever get extended, they are extended because of a social interaction. And so if your deck is taking long turns because they are naturally incentivizing politicking or naturally incentivizing people to interact with you, it's a very different world than I am going to build a solitaire system that necessitates I spend a lot of time managing my own stuff and I prevent input from you. Like if you, like I'm like, oh, you can't talk right now, I'm in the tank, because I'm trying to figure out the Rube Goldberg trap that I'm in that I also designed. Those are very annoying to me. But if you're just doing like weirdo shit and you're doing it concisely, reading frankly, I don't remember. Oh, this is the Boros Sephiroth deck. Difficult to pull off because you had very, like your deck was loaded with, if we think about it like a factory, right? Hold on, I'm gonna open up MS Paint. If we think about it like a factory and we had like let's say raw materials, which were your really shitty artifacts, you spent, I'm gonna do it with just big circles, we'll call this artifacts. That was how much time and energy you put into making sure you had artifacts. You put this much time and energy into making sure you could discount them. You put this much time and energy into making sure you could draw cards from them. And so when you try to slam all of this raw material into a system that does not have the critical mass of discounters, does not have the critical mass of card draw to use all of it, you end up with just a whole pile of nothing. You end up with like a pile of garbage. So that was the problem with the Sephiroth deck, in my opinion, was we were never really confident in having a discounter and a card draw thing on field. The only thing we were confident in was I'm gonna play shitty artifacts. OG Maz, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Howdy, boss. Hope your weekend is good. At the moment, I'm converting my Judith Carnage Connoisseur board wipe deck and I'm trying to decide whether Black Waltz or Kuja would be a better commander for a Wizard Ping burn deck. Any thoughts? I actually do have thoughts. One ear just got tinnitus spontaneously, but I do have thoughts. And my thought is Black Waltz is the commander for a storm deck. If you want to have something approaching we have to do the, oh no, I missed the window for my manual ad break. All right, we got, hey Tyler, thank you so much. I'm not, but the fact, or I don't believe I am, but the fact that you believe it does make me feel very good, and I appreciate you saying that. Anywho, we have a couple more minutes to burn, then the manual ad break, and then Terrence is going first. Rest of the order for today, we have Lord Xavier, Aegis Athen, Hunter the Lurker. The technical order is Xavier, then Hunter, then Aegis, but as always, we will do them in the order people appear. I've already seen Hunter, I've already seen Aegis call me bald. I don't remember seeing Lord Xavier yet, but they may be waiting in the wings. Alright, anyway. Xavier's here, great, then that's the order set for today. Terrence, Xavier, Hunter, Aegis. Back on to, I am turning my terrible, no fun, stinky board wipe deck into a very fun Final Fantasy deck. Should I do Black Waltz? Should I do Kuja? The difference to me, Black Waltz is going to have more fun in higher power. Kuja is going to have more fun in lower power. Because you have a damage outlet in the command zone, what Black Waltz really wants you to do, or really benefits from you doing, is you build a Rakdos Storm 99. You get a Rakdos Storm 99, you get Stormkiln Artist, you get ways to impulse draw, you get like rituals to keep your mana going, and at any point after you have resolved Black Waltz, you could potentially take a 5-minute turn that kills the table. 5-minute turn does 40 damage to every player. We all clap, we shuffle up, we play again. Now Kuja, you can also do that. An important difference is Kuja is going to shit so much damage that you can make the 99 terrible and the deck will still work. And that is typically where bracket 2 falls in love. When you can go like, oh my god, if you play Kuja and you get all the wizards out and then he flips, each non-creature spell is 6 damage. That's not alright. The Hague didn't write a law about that because they didn't even know it was a possibility. They did not realize, alright, they did not realize what was going to be happening with the packets of instant ramen. And if Scryfall could load fast enough for my fucking bits, we would all be a lot happier. So, it's kind of ironic in the sense that I think Kuja is a better lower power commander because he represents so much more damage than Black Waltz that you can do shitty goofy stuff and it will still work out. You don't have to take a storm turn with Kuja. You can have Rakdos anything. Rakdos Imagination. And if you were just like ramping on a turn after you play Kuja, like let's say you want to do Rakdos big mana. Rakdos big mana. I play Kuja. I play Chromatic Orrery to afford like an Eldrazi, to afford a giant artifact creature, to afford like my favorite, to afford Valgavoth Terror Eater. Take 4 damage, 3 damage, 6 damage, whatever. That's so strong. That's so fucking strong and stupid. So I like this guy for bracket 2, and I like this guy for bracket 3. I think if you try to build this thing for bracket 2, you can 100% do it with no game changers, but it's always going to feel unsatisfying because you have to build an at least somewhat playable storm deck, and somewhat playable storm decks feel crazy bad in bracket 2. I know Mauld only reads his paid private Discord, but Mauled, that clip posted last night is hilarious given your video with comedian. What? This is... Bait used to be believable, man. You know we have a special moderator role in the free Discord that pings me specifically to settle arguments? Do you know how often I'm out here reading through like 4-hour Discord arguments with people who have not paid a fucking dime for any of my time? To try to get them to be nice? What the fuck are we talking about? I'm also going to assume, based on... Because the only clip I posted last night is... Or the only clip I posted last night is a skit that flopped, which I do not think has any relationship to my video with comedian. There's the video I posted like a week ago that talked about CEDH being a bad competitive outlet, and I don't think that is hilarious given my... I don't understand how that is hilarious given my video with comedian. Because the point of that video was not that CEDH is an invalid competition in any way. The point of that video is CEDH is an incredibly stressful activity that if you don't use... that's going to put a lot of like unnecessary pressure on you that makes it very hard to approach in a healthy way as a competitor. And Ian was my specific example in that video of a healthy competitor who does it very well. Oh, Enigma, I'm glad you thought the skit was okay. I also thought the skit was like just okay. It was a thing that I thought of off the top of my head, and I was like, I can take 15 minutes and get this filmed. But it's one that I need to... Flops are good, quite frankly. Flops are good. Flops are good because every time I get a flop, it's something that I can study and try to figure out what was not... What was bad about that. Alright, it's manual ad break time. And then it will be time to get into Terrence's deck. I don't think I did DMC. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Boss, I finally caved and added Thickest in the Thicket to the Whammon deck. The joke is too good, the card draw is hard to give up, and all I had to give up was a banding land. Oh no. And Fairme, if you were just rage baiting me, consider myself rage baited. Chat gets me all the time with that shit. Well, they will hit me with the same sarcasm I inflict on them, and then I crash out, and then I have egg on my face. Hey Mauled, how do you feel about Requiem Monolith and equipping it to your opponent's creature? Well, not equipping, but yeah, using the trigger on an opponent's creature and then deal a big kaboom to make them lose massive HP and draw. Oh, that's very cool, yeah. For Requiem Monolith, that is cute. I am begging everybody who thinks this is such a, like, funny, goofy... My god, Scryfall, please. Yes, Xavier, we can have you go first, because you're stuck on time. Everybody who's looking at this and going, this is such a funny, goofy combo, if you are dealing less than 20 damage, you are throwing the game. You are actively throwing the game to see number go up, which is fine in some situations. And if this is like, that's the type of thing that I would do at tables where it was 3 friends, like with people we know, whatever. If I sat down for like a Gen Pop game and somebody was like, Ha ha ha, draw 15. That means you take 15 damage. I would just probably walk away from that game. I would like, well, pre-release is different because that's a 1v1. It's still a bad move, but throwing a 1v1 because it makes you laugh doesn't affect anybody else. Like if anything, it's a net moral good to throw a 1v1 for a funny thing, because you do a thing that's objectively bad for you because it makes you laugh, and the only other person involved in the game is like, oh, this is objectively good for me. Both people are happy. The situation where I go like, what? This is now annoying as fuck, is the two other people who are like, oh, this other person is gonna win the game now because this one person thinks the number 15 is hilarious. The Dawnsire thing is different because that is 100, right? That's lethal. If you kill somebody with this, yeah, that's fucking hilarious, because that's both... Because that is actually just the classic comedic thing of, I'm going to subvert your expectation of how this might work. I'm going to take Dawnsire, which is a bad card, right? I'm not only going to win with it, but I'm going to win with it using the trigger that is supposed to just be a funny, mostly do-nothing thing. That's hilarious. We got a rant redeemed from Oldhead. Please rant about how incredibly lame Landfall strats are. As a new player, I find it incredibly boring, how easy it is to win with it, and how boring it is to play. I absolutely have words for that. We will have to hold them until the other... Oh, the mic crack. God damn it. I didn't even touch it. Okay. Are we back? Are we back and uncrackled? Are we uncrackled, unsnapped, unpopped? OG Maz, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I'm gonna slap Phyresis on Black Waltz, LMAO. Yeah, I mean, that's a totally reasonable thing to do. We love crime here. Going, hey, I'm gonna put a thing on this guy that means I only have to cast 5 non-creature spells and then I win the game. Yeah. You get no laughter from me. Straight up good. Straight up good. Hit them with the stink fingers. But thank you for the bits. And then Re-Ink, thank you for the 100 bits. Have you ever played Sea of Thieves? No, I have seen it played. It did not look tremendously interesting to me. I like saw it played and I did not want to participate in it myself. Re-Ink, thank you for the 100 bits. Sea of Thieves, nuts fit in your mouth. Yeah, buddy. Sure. Thank you for the $1. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Maul doesn't play Sea of Thieves. He is only seeing the stinky ship deck. I have seen that deck. The best to you as well, Ambi. Okay, so we're holding back that Landfall rant. We got to get into Xavier's deck. First, I have to blow my nose because something is hiding up here and it is diabolical. We'll be right back, and we're jumping into Xavier's deck. I'll give you all the first look. This is spooky. This is spooky. Oh, come on! God. All right. So I see surprise motherfucker in the description. I see the primer is friend pod bracket 3 deck. In a previous roast, you gave me the path of Satoru with theme or Marva with clash. I chose neither. I chose to break apart the deck in an effort to finally achieve my dream. Play the cool Eldrazi with a surprise factor. Alright, so first of all, we gotta talk about what a surprise is, because Eldrazi in my Simic deck is not it. This is like going, guess what, motherfuckers? I made macaroni. You ain't never gonna guess what the sauce is. And what I want you to think about, because I am... Oh, holy shit, Re-Inked. Thank you for the 10 gifted community subs, my friend. Welcome back to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that generosity. Lilith, yes, I can. So I understand the goal. Let's talk premise first. I would like to play Eldrazi with a little bit of surprise action. I think Simic is, if we did this family feud style and asked people to rank which color combo do you think is playing the Eldrazi, everybody is pointing at the Simic player. Now that doesn't mean it can't be satisfying. The fact that we have lost the element of surprise does not mean the deck cannot be enjoyable if we think about it in the sense of, like, think about pop music. The chorus, very predictable. By the end of the song, you can sing along to it. That's a good thing. That's part of why people like music. That's part of why choruses exist. Why people like hooks that repeat. Because our brain likes to think we're very clever and enjoys being able to guess ahead of time what the twist is going to be. So I don't think this is impossible to execute. If you want genuine surprise, we gotta shoot this deck straight in the head. But if we just want to be a little, weirdo, that's fine. All right, no more lies, motherfucker. Great reference. Terribly irresponsible lack of removal. All rise, motherfucker. The tags are saving this for sure. Okay, so this is just top deck manipulation. What does this do? Whenever a land enters Manifest Dread, if it's the first time this ability has resolved, otherwise you may turn a permanent you control face up. Okay, that is cute. That is cute. So the way we are executing the surprise factor is I'm going to put something face down, and then when I double landfall, I will flip something face up. I can... Alright, so the fact that it's Eldrazi is not the surprise. The surprise is, here's 2 face down creatures. Do you think it's worth shooting while it's still a 2/2? I can get behind that. Bad guys, motherfucker. Do we have a Pour into Oculus? Thorak and Goreclaw. Sure. Sire of 7 Deaths. Ancient Silver Dragon. Kozilek the Broken Reality. Yeah, all just the big ol' stupid assholes. But the only creature we need to cast is Zimone. I'm horrified that I kind of like this. We're 15 cards into the deck. I am already willing to give you the title of best Simic Eldrazi deck I have ever seen. Why? The play pattern? Right, that's part of it, Maxathon. So we get none of the cast triggers. That's a meaningful way we're handicapping ourselves for the bit. If you handicap yourself in some way for the bit and it makes sense that you've done the handicap, that is generally a positive for me if we're trying to make a deck that is quirked up. So we're giving up cast triggers for the benefit of we don't have to pay for them. Right? I will give up the cast trigger for the chance of I get to play Kozilek for the cost of an Evolving Wilds. That's a neat thing. And then secondly, I think it makes the the play pattern that this deck is going to create is you play a land, you get a fucking 2/2. That's like nothing. That's the least powerful landfall benefit that's ever existed. And then it goes to your opponents of, well, do you have removal? Would you like to remove this 2/2 before it becomes indestructible Ulamog? Or do you think this 2/2 is a non-creature counterspell? Oh, no, no, I mean, why Biotitan? Let's see about why Biotitan. He big. He big. I think he big is why. And he can't be chumped. Fuck token players. I'm actually with this guy. So Flample, protection from instants, that's fucked up. Trample, indestructible. Alright, so we have some really big bitches. First prize, motherfucker. Oh my god, alright, we have Psych Rift, we have Finale, we have Overrun. And then our disguise motherfucker is, so Manifest Dread without our commander. Ooh, that's quite good. Trail of Mystery. Heinous. Glitch Interpreter. Oh, that's even... I love that. I fucking love that. I love going, here's Glitch Interpreter. I have a 2/2. I'm going to swing it at you. If it hits you, I'm going to draw a card. You can block. I have this uncracked Evolving Wilds that I can use to turn this into Sire of 7, into the Noodle Soup monster. To be honest, this is too many non-permanents for my liking. Jet, that makes me like... Oh, you... God damn you. God damn you. I hate you. I hate you deeply. I hate you deeply and strongly. Okay. So my... God, I hate it. I still like this deck. I think the fact... And for once, you've actually managed to not activate my instant kill response for having a deck where, like, the main part of your gimmick isn't super reliable, because we don't actually have that many hits. Most of the things we make a 2/2 is either just a 2/2, or it's like, oh no, I manifested Command Tower. I really hope they don't make me flip this. And I love that for a more casual run at this. The only things I am going to try to convince you to change are the generic Landfall slop cards that I don't think have to be. I'm going to try to get you to take some of this high fructose corn syrup out of your deck. But Xavier, I love this. First Eldrazi deck, and this might convince me to build this myself. Like, we have hit the manifest, we have executed the feeling of manifesting dread very well. This is a impeccable example of, I'm gonna put a 2/2 to field and you're gonna fucking worry about it. You're gonna fucking worry about this thing. Oh, that's good. So now there's some landfall slop that we actually do want you to keep. Notably, like, the things that let you double land drop and or land drop from grave, unfortunately very important. So I would say, like, Ice Till Explorer we can keep. It's giving us double landfall. It's letting us reuse our fetches. Crucible of Worlds we can keep. We have to reuse our fetches. Like, these are necessary things. Lotus Cobra, though, he's just here to get you money. And I think the money is up higher. The money is up higher. This is beautiful. Saz's Chocobo, this is just like, oh, land's good, but lands are already good. Lands are already good. So the things out of here that I think we don't need are Sages, the bird, Lotus Cobra. I would love if we could do this with no Tireless Provisioner. I understand the payoff is really good, but the more, again, if we're going for like quirky, the more we can make this not have crossover with existing landfall lists, the better I think we feel. Traveling Chocobo as well. Now, being able to look at the top of our library anytime, this is a like tangential benefit that is meaningful. The most of this is just like, oh, what if I triggered multiple times? And then Tatyova and AC, this is just more like, hey, I played lands, so I auto win. I do understand they're good, so I'm not just saying, hey, cut these for a bounce spell. These are the things where I would like to see if we can identify things that spark even greater joy. Zoria, I will get to that personal question in between roasts. So Duck, it's good. Right? Yes, instant trigger on our commander is very good. But I like the suspense. Again, because I'm a little shitlord. So we may have to keep this just for like functionality. Head Shredder would be a good card for this deck. He thinks it's good, but it's again good in the lines of like, what if I got some generic advantage to go with my generic advantage? Burrito, oh no, this is not CDH. This is like high-ish power casual. Like it's, I think it's very healthy. Well, I don't know about very healthy bracket 3. I think we might be a little too light on interaction to be a bracket 3 deck that doesn't seek to combo. So let me sell you on some big naturals real quick, Lord Xavier. Let's just go with here are things that I think would be goddamn hilarious that I'm going to try to sell you on including. I know it's back. It's the best card in Magic. Of course it's back. So we have Sphinx Ambassador, 7 mana flyer, worthless to hardcast. Worthless to hardcast. When you hit somebody, you get done. I like the art. Fuck yeah. Cleared. Amazing. All right, let me think of other things. Let me think of other things I like. Eric Smethies is a big boy. That is true. Do we get to... Re-Ink, thank you for the 300-bit cheer. Damn it, Mauled. We can't keep letting him get away with it. This card, universally beloved. Everybody I show this card to is like, holy fuck, this card slaps. I actually don't know if Jumbo Cactuar would be perfect, because the problem is I think the single best interaction we can have in this deck is threatening somebody with an Evolving Wilds as we swing a 2/2 and then going boo. And if we do that and we go boo, when we flip it, we don't get the attack trigger. And so we just have a 1/7. Ooh, this is mad cute. We do flip a big guy. However, Xavier has actually been pretty responsible about making sure that the big things they can flip have some way to guarantee damage or guarantee value. These things all either trample, or Ulamog has a cast trigger that fucks you up. Void Winnower is a stacks piece on top of it. And so I do think our standards are a little bit higher than this thing has high power, high toughness. Geckomancer asks, why Darksteel Colossus and not Blightsteel Colossus? Presumably because they wanted to play this with their friends and not people that formerly identified as their friends. Let's look at Starwinder. Ooh. Ooh, please, please, for one of the Landfall card draw engines. This would be my most precious ask. Is instead of drawing a bunch of cards because of Tatyova or drawing a bunch of cards because of AC, going, hey, here's a 2/2, you're gonna take it, right? They go, yeah, and then you flip a 7/7 who draws you 7. They're done. Flipping does not trigger cast triggers, correct. Starwinder is in, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We have other recommendations of Curator Beastie. They came from the pipes and Hauntwood Shrieker. I'll give him a look. Lily Eden, I will grab that. I will grab the Ko-Fi link for you. The commissions are not open. They will open up again, I think, next Sunday for next month. All in the deck already. Oh. Oh yeah, Hauntwood Shrieker, Attacks, Manifest Dread, they came from the pipes. Oh, perfect. Then go fuck yourself, whoever said that. Temur War Shaman. I want to see this play because I am in love with this in my mind palace. I want to see how it actually plays. Okay, so we get Evolving Wilds, we get Prismatic Vista. We don't have mana for our commander. That may be where we're a little bit light actually. So we do a free mulligan here. I fucking lied, first of all. I fucking lied. That's on me, I'm sorry. I do Soul Ring, turn 2. Commander. So I'll play this. I Manifest Dread, so that's check top 2. God is with us. God is with us. I play just a 2/2, you guys. I play just a 2/2. And then I can't swing it, so I don't actually need to use the Misty Rainforest. And then I just go like, hey, are we... Oh, it doesn't do it well. It's okay. We just look at everyone and be like, why are you tweaking? Why are you tweaking? This is fine. Then on our next turn, we can play... Oh my god. First known instance of a tap land making me fucking happy because I still have this to flip. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. So we crack this. Flip Darksteel Colossus. Punch somebody in the head incredibly hard. We have like an island out here now. Fuck it, I get Command Tower. And then the next turn, I think we have to do Bant Panorama because we want to flip the dragon. Sure. Flip dragon. And we held a counterspell. And if all of this goes wrong, we have a mana dump, we have a crucible effect. Oh, this is evil. We can cloak stuff from hand too. Hear me out, boss. Genomorph Imago. Dude, that's content luck on those manifests. We hit the... We hit the fucking... Not the... Actually, I do think this is the big 3. Very reliable damage, incredible card draw, dumb silly card that I love. Jace says we have that in here already. I think we could do this. I'm not confident we need it. I think this is one of those things where it's like the 101st card. It is a decent effect, but I think we play mind games really well as it is. If there was a thing I was going... Somehow, the thing I am most worried about is this deck's ability to ramp its commander out in a reasonable time frame. Like, this hand's not good, so we... Why is it never the Izzet players? Why is it always the Simic players who get... You have every option to do something other than turn 1 Soul Ring to ramp, and yet the turn 1 Soul Ring remains. God damn it. Okay. Let's tie this in a little bow of other stuff I think you would have a good time adding. Soul Ring does fix every playtest, but if we isolate this as like a normal ramp spell, this hand is very keepable. If we have 3 lands and any ramp spell that is applicable for this deck, which I will take Soul Ring as just a stand-in for, hand is good, save for this seems like a highly generic thing that we could make a more interesting thing that would make us happier. So for your interaction section, I am going to recommend Sublime Epiphany. We have a number of non-legendary funny creatures that we can copy. It seems very much like we want to be holding up mana. Like, most of our game plan is when I have 4 mana, I'm going to tap out to play my commander. Most turns past that, I am holding mana for a gotcha, and this is the biggest gotcha there is in the game. So I like this a lot for it. Other good protection. Yeah, I would be remiss to not point out 3 steps ahead. This card is fucking every mode pretty goddamn tremendous. You have to pay like a little bit more for each of them, but token copy of something, or card draw, or counter a spell, or any combination of those 3 if you have been ramping like a motherfucker, which I think you will be. This thing is also incredible heat. And then... Oh, yes. Oh my god. I can't even take credit for this. I'm about to show you a Veggie Wagon special that I think will make your heart very happy. Prophet of Entropy, thank you for the Prime sub for the 2nd month, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Veggie put me on this land yesterday. And I can't spell it right. Hold on. I'll find it. Sunken Palace. So hear me out. It's a tap land that only does a color. That sucks, right? However, for 2 mana and exiling 7 cards from your graveyard, which you can probably do because you're manifesting Dread all game, you can get mana that when you use it to cast a spell, you copy the spell. That's just a card that's in this game. Now, I do not think you have many activated abilities, and so you don't get to use both modes of this card. I don't think we're paying into activated abilities really ever, but the copy a spell mode for like 2 mana, I get to do whatever I was going to do twice in a deck that should theoretically be breaded on lands most of the time. Like, you copy a Sublime Epiphany, you copy a Gaia's Gift even to protect 2 things from a board wipe. You copy spell. You have so little removal that copying your removal is probably the only way it handles anything. Yeah, and Terrence, all this deck cares about having in the grave is fetch lands that it wants to replay. I don't think we are getting very much else back. But there's also plenty of situations, like what I like the most about Sunken Palace is avoiding late game staring contests, where let's say your commander's been removed a few times, you don't have a lot of gas in the tank, you top deck Sire of 7 Deaths, now you have 2. You top deck really any of these, Bad Guys motherfucker, or you can, I don't think you can copy Valgavas, because I think if you copy an X spell, X goes to 0. Hell, even copying They Came from the Pipes is usable for you. Any staple removals cards I'm missing? Yes, DMC actually called it out with their 100-bit cheer. The removal spell you are 100% missing. Oh, it copies X too? Holy fuck, then yeah, you need this. The removal spell you are 100% missing is Shifting Grift, which will let you trade your creature for another creature. So if you do brick on a Manifest Dread, for 4 mana you can go, well, here, have this face down land, I'll take your commander. Yo. In terms of other staple removal things you are missing, I don't think there is a ton. I think what you would want to play as more removal is probably getting more bite spells or fight spells, like anything that said hey, just Athena, thank you for the follow and thank you for that modify memory suggestion. I will ask Scryfall politely to take it into consideration. Hey, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Can you copy face down cards with 3 steps ahead? Genuinely not sure how that interaction works. I know that you could target a face down creature with 3 steps ahead. I am not positive that it would copy the thing that was face down. So this is actually a double dip protection and removal spell. You untap a creature, which for you doesn't really matter, but you get hexproof reach, and whenever this becomes tapped, deals damage equal to power to 1 target creature. So this is I get to protect my face down thing. If you have a tiny thing, I can shoot you with a 2/2. If I have a big thing, though, I protect my big thing, and then when I swing it, so this is the type of, and Sudsball, this card is, I think, getting a little bit ahead of you, is, this is a bite spell, which is kind of a risky investment, but it's also a protection spell. So because you get to do both modes, I would recommend this for it. Other removal would really just be like more Sublime Epiphany-esque things. Like there's other big mana shitty things I like Aether Gale. This is a funny card. It's not great because it's sorcery speed and you can't do it instant speed, but oh god, is it funny. Enigma Requiem, thank you for the 3 months at tier 1. Also, not sure if there's room or if it's too silly, but brainstorm effects to put the big sillies back on top. I think that's also a relevant thing. I believe Threats Around Every Corner is here. Yeah, it is. Aether Spouts and Aetherize are the other good staple, like blue big interaction things, and this is also pretty good if you spend most of your time holding up mana. You can tell people like, oh, you're gonna get your crack back? I don't think so. I don't think so. Me, in my studies, straight scroll racking it, and by it, let's just say my Flample. Myth, thank you for your contribution to the stream. I will look at Void Slime. I'm not convinced we need this. I think we're a little bit in the sauce of weird for weirdness' sake. To fit the Dread theme, Colossal Dread Ma. I know it's a little strong for bracket 3, but it fits. Jomi, thank you for taking the ceremonial ban to complete this deck roast. I despise you. I want to be so clear. I despise you for making me do this for not only a Simic deck, but a Simic deck that opened the stream by saying, Oh my god, I'm doing Surprise Eldrazi in my Simic deck. How crazy am I? That said, this is beautiful. This is beautiful and tremendous, and I hate it, and I will most certainly build my own version. Redbird, thank you for the Twitch follow. What's happening here is viewers have submitted decks. I am making fun of them and telling them how to build them better. However, this first deck was actually quite fucking good, which was a Zimone Mystery Unraveler Manifest Dread Eldrazi deck. So if we make these changes, what bracket do we end up in? I'm so bad at figuring it out. I would say this is a, you know, with the game changers, rules is written, we're bracket 3. Vibes wise, I think this is like at the lower end of bracket 3. Like most bracket 2 decks, super cannot keep up with what you're doing, particularly if you get a Soul Ring out. Because we do not have the potential for any combos, and because we have a few things that will give us like crazy card advantage, but because we're not doing Rhystic Study or Rhystic Study-esque shenanigans to make sure our hand is full of interaction all the time, we're not going to be at the top of bracket 3. Like sometimes combo decks will just get us. I would call this a very solid bracket 3 deck, and if you... Honestly, if we dropped the Game Changers and Soul Ring, I think this could be navigated as a very strong bracket 2. I think Modify Memory is a little bit too expensive. I think at 5 mana it's a little bit too much. Vagon, I don't only review commander decks, but I will say it's more difficult to review. It's more difficult to review non-commander decks because so much of like 60 card formats is literally just, hey, can this deck kill you turn 3? This is a fucked up board wipe. This is a fucked up and very good creature control. This is quite helpful for the running out of fetch lands type thing. In a short summary, what technique do you think would be good for the Eternities deck coming out? Chris, I need a little bit of elaboration on what you mean by technique. I don't think we're worried about card draw DMC. I think we get a fair amount of our advantage just from the Manifest Dread triggers, and we have enough big hits. If we are worried about card draw, we can add some of the like stock ups of the world, and we end up very, very happy. But I am not worried about card draw watching this deck play. I love this. Xavier, tremendous job. Thank you very much for submitting. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Let me move you even just a little bit higher to make sure we cement you as peak. I think the thing I hate most about this deck is that I'm going to have to build one myself. We are going to go to the manual ad break, and then it will be time for Terrence. And I think we had a number of questions and or rants that we had to push back because we had the roast coming up. All right, so we had Old Head, who very, very presciently asked about, please rant about how incredibly lame Landfall strats are. I agree with you. I despise Landfall, particularly because so much of them rely on fetch lands, which actually in online play are not that onerous. But in paper play, if you are doing a good Landfall deck, so much of that deck is I play a fetch land, I crack it, I now have to shuffle, I cannot pass the turn, because I have 18 more game actions to take. 3 of them are going to be more fetch land shuffles, and all you do is get extra benefit for a thing you were already going to do, which is part of why I like this deck we're currently looking at, which is we're giving stuff up. We're still getting a good thing in the end, but there are these minor drawbacks, these minor sacrifices we make to get the benefit out of the landfall trigger, which is, compared to the things I wanted us to cut, like this Chocobo, most of the time it's Scute Swarm in a landfall deck where it just goes like, oh hey, I played this thing, I had to play anyway because more expensive spells are typically better than the cheaper spells, and now I also get a blowjob. Isn't that cool? I despise that. It is like... Myth, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 11th month. You mean to tell me I was not subscribed to Maultown Twitch TV? That is what they mean to tell you. Xavier, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the roast, Mauled. Being at the top was my goal. I have no more decks to roast, but I'll keep watching. Again, chat, these roasts are awesome. Highly recommend buying one. Xavier, thank you for plugging the roast. Thank you for submitting, and I am very glad that we could send you off on a high note. I love, love, love this deck. Seagull, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Then we have a personal question from Zoria. Now that you've thoroughly destroyed me over Isby and seen his custom card, do you have any idea for a flavorful ability for him that isn't as shit-headed as the one I submitted? Give me a moment, chat. I remember what these are. I'm not going to narrate them because they were quite a lot of words. I think one thing that would help, or would make it more interesting, is if instead of preventing the damage, ISP made you, the player, take the damage from the ball trigger instead. You could have it still play out in the form of making 1/1 tokens. You could have it play out in the form of, like, putting a counter on something. You could have it make you, like, a treasure. Like, you could have it give you any type of advantage. But I think the thing that would make it more interesting is, rather than just going, ISP is stopping this, we should accurately reflect that when one person stands in the way of another person causing harm, it generally does not negate that harm. It just redirects the harm to them. And I think we had a little bit of that. Like, I think there was some point at which ISB could no longer take it. But I think it's more interesting if you are getting domed to do that thing. Chris, all the decks we're roasting today are done via Ko-Fi commissions, which is a ko-fi.com/Maultown. We have a free roast stream that happens every month that should be happening next weekend. We have a rant request from Prophet of Entropy. In your opinion, is the Donnie Musk beef them taking notes from the Paul brothers and playing up a beef to farm engagement? Yes and no. The yes is 100% they will just work together again and make out in the Oval Office as soon as it is useful to them. The no is that the more I have been in content and the more I have seen beefs/fake beefs, it is much less an orchestrated thing and much more a thing of everybody just walks around with the general understanding that, or I should say, the people that are doing fake beefs and playing up beefs and drama for content just kind of move around with the general understanding that they don't mean anything they say. And I think that is how Donald Trump and Elon Musk are moving. Like, Elon Musk was talking all that shit about, like, oh, I could drop, you know, these bombshells about Donald Trump. The only bombshell that matters is Elon revealing information about how he helped Trump rig the election. Everything short of that is just straight up bullshitting. And I don't even think they took notes from the Paul brothers. I think it is this self-fulfilling cycle of the Paul brothers based themselves on how fucking politicians act, on how reality TV stars act, and that's what Donald Trump was. And so now they just are in this permanent loop of taking notes from each other and going, okay, we don't have to figure out how we're going to beef ahead of time. We can just go into it knowing I can say whatever exaggeratory, incendiary remark about you I want, and at the end of the day, as long as we are still rich and not in prison, it does not matter. Because people are just gonna eat it up. Chris, it means if you want to get into if you want to have a chance to have your deck roasted for free, begin watching on Twitch, because you can buy raffle tickets with Twitch points, which you get for free just by having me on in your background. You can buy a raffle ticket. We pull names from the hat. If your name gets pulled, we review your deck live. Personal question from Terrence Mall. The removal spells that give your opponents choices like Decoy Gambit and Disorienting Choice a little too unreliable for brackets 2 and 3. No, brackets 2 and 3 are the perfect home for these types of unreliable removal spells. The only thing is, you should build your deck in such a way that no matter what your opponents choose, it does not totally fuck you. You don't need to worry too much about like, oh, I need to get like a massive benefit from both options. But Decoy Gambit, hey, maybe I get creatures off field, maybe I get cards. You can have a few card draw synergies. Or you could just have good cards to play. I forget what Disorienting Choice is. I think it lets you like ramp or something. Those are perfect for bracket 2. They get a little bit rougher in bracket 3. The rest of your card quality has to be a little bit better, or you have to be synergizing with the alternate payoff they give you, but they're still totally fine. And it's like, this is where you get to play these cards, because you can't play them in CEDH. You probably can't even play them in bracket 4. And then like in bracket 1, who's removing anything? So this is their home. But why not just run actual removal over Decoy Gambit? Because you like Decoy Gambit. That's the entire reason why. Personal question from Zoria. Have you been to an Edge of Eternity's pre-release yet? If so, what are your thoughts? If not, what are your hopes? I've not been to one yet. My hope is that it looks better than what I witnessed watching everybody stream the early access for it on Wednesday. I had a lot of high hopes for how complicated and grindy the set looked like it was going to be when I just saw the cards, and when I got to see any of the set in action, my hopes got a little bit dashed. And so if I do a pre-release or when I begin drafting this on my own, I hope that it exceeds the expectations that were set by watching other people play it. Since I just came back from a 2x2 draft, what was the worst draft environment you ever encountered in a set? Yes, 2x2 is mine, cannot recommend. Bloomborough. Bloomborough made me quit drafting for like, I think 6 to 8 months. It was just still to this day, most awful set I have drafted in my entire life. It makes me burn with rage to think of the Bloomborough drafts that I did do, because so much of it just felt like, all right, jump into your creature thruple lane, because it was generally like groups of 3 creature types that were supported by each of the color pairings. Like, jump into your thruple of choice and hope you get enough bombs. Like, I did a number of Bloomborough drafts because I thought, not a ton. I don't have the gems to be drafting like that. But I did a number of them because at first I thought, oh, this is for sure just like a skill issue, and as I do it more, I'll get better at it, and then it will feel like I have more agency. And the more Bloomborough drafting I did, the less it felt like I was ever making a choice. It was just drafting the deck. It felt, oh, obviously this is the creature type that is open, so that is the creature type I am taking. When I was playing the game, it was like, I have a creature of the appropriate type in hand. I have to play it. And it never felt like me or the opponents were doing anything that amounted to a tactical decision. Versus like Final Fantasy felt really good. I don't think I've drafted Dragonstorm. Yeah, I think I was still on the Bloomborough hiatus at the point that Tarkir Dragonstorm came out. But I came back to drafting for Final Fantasy, and that was dope. Geo, please be apprised. Baron von Count, not Commander legal. It's from an unset. You do have to ask people. It's a dumb and silly and funny card, but it is not just like, oh, just rip it in and then everybody's fine. Yeah, I heard good things about Dragonstorm from everybody who played it, but I was just too hurt still. I was too hurt by the mice. All right, we're caught up on all the questions. We have a random FMK from Baconator. So we're going to do that, then Terrence, it's your time. Number 1, if Scryfall will participate. Volenhund, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Oh God. Ooh. A fire elemental and not even one of the sexy ones. Not a massive fan of this. I'm gonna lock in kill for this one. So we only have fucking Mary left now. Wood, I am depressed. Maya's, come on. Come on, just take a walk in the sunlight. What do we got? Michael Mouse, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that generosity. To ease the pain, I am going to fuck the brain jar dudes. Alright, so we're marrying whatever's next. Damn, Dixon, that is unfortunate. Thank you for popping over to Twitch, though. Okay, yes! She crushes darkness beneath her charger's hooves, and now me. Locking it in. Married. Married. We're done. Get me out of here. Beautiful. Beautiful! We made it. Rigged. Rigged. Dark, thank you for the random smasher pass. 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 Michael Mouse, thank you for gifting YouTube memberships. Hold on. Hold on. Thank you for gifting 5 YouTube memberships. I'm sorry I missed that. I appreciate your generosity so much. The 10, because you did it twice. Oh my god. That is incredibly kind of you. I popped out YouTube chat to stop missing things like that, and I missed it anyway, so I am both sorry and incredibly appreciative. Wanderous Beast, hey Maldhound, what's the best mono green commander for a new green player? Whichever one you think looks the coolest. If you want effective, it's hard to do better than just like extremely simple O'Hare Castlum. He is a big guy. He will flip more big guys out for you. But past that, whoever you think is cool. You want to do Galta? Do Galta. You want to be mono green Superman? Do Thrun. You can do Loot if you want your pod to kill you with hammers. The possibilities are endless. Like monocolor. All right. Alright, you know who I'm talking about. This is also like, I play lands and then I flip creatures. There's endless. Don't do Finn, alright? They're gonna, listen. You're gonna look at this guy and you're gonna hear the siren call of killing somebody turn 3, turn 4. It's gonna end badly, Wanderist. It's gonna be your first and your last Magic game. Alright. To Terrence's deck roast now. This is silly, comma spooky. This was originally an Arvinox the Mind Flail Theft deck that also tried to do Vampire Kindred for some reason. I didn't really like the way it smelled, as it was constantly stealing from people's boards and hands while the vampires stood in the corner awkwardly. Now the deck is focused more on cloning with a little bit of theft. It's also supplemented with a reanimation sub-themes that wants to be filling the graveyard when applicable. It's meant to be a strong bracket 2 deck that can comfortably compete with bracket 3s. I love the idea of using my opponent's cards against them, but I wanted to make sure the deck wouldn't be solely reliant on playing against a stompy player. I also wanted to limit how often I was stealing directly from hands or boards because of the whining SMH. Alright. Let's start the Doom of 1,000 Faces. Holy... Alright. We dropping quotes and shit. You have existed because we allowed it, and now you will end because we demand it. Your leaders will beg to serve us, and in the end you will face doom from 1,000 familiar faces. Oh, you're going to hell. Got it. You're going to hell. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, man, how could I just don't understand how to deal with all this salt I'm getting when I steal from people's boards, and they don't like it when I steal from their hands either. What could I do? I'll steal from the command zone. I actually like this as a thing you're doing. I think it's good and base to steal commanders, but I do want to point out, if we have concerns about the smell is coming from the command zone. It's not their hand, he says. It's not their hand. That is true. So, I don't think Dimir is a bad color choice for this. I do worry about Sakashima because it mandates that we have a different... if we have a different creature on board already. Alright, let's go back to premise. Theft is good. I like theft. I do understand theft makes people angry. When you said stealing from hand and board made them mad, my first thought is, ooh, we better be stealing from libraries. I see you went graveyard because you like losing games. I would love to put us on some library theft to maybe win some games too. But we can cross that bridge as we get there. I do think this is a totally fine premise for bracket 2, maybe bracket 3. I think your color combination is what's going to carry you through bracket 3 rather than the gimmick. So we have Animate Dead, we have, okay, good card draw engine. Alright, we make token copies of artifacts and enchantments. A little bit of ramp. I don't like this. I don't think so. You? Terrence? Nope. I'm gonna hold it back. We're gonna do full thing. We're gonna do what I like, what I don't like. I'm gonna keep it nice and sequential. We just bathing in the ragu, huh? We just bathing in the ragu. Thank God. Okay. We do have Valgavoth. Fatty card draw man. A 6/6 with some minorly relevant text. I love that theft. I love the Bimbofication Dragon. He does unfortunately brick over and over and over. Alright, good. We got some decent like fruit and veggies for reanimation and card draw. Alright, so we are investing way too much of our energy in the small shit and not in the big shit, particularly in the context of like, we have a lot of Landfall, Mill 3, which Rune Crab's not the worst thing ever. We're gonna fill graveyards a little bit, but like, it's crazy to me that we're going deep enough on the bench for Hedron Crab when Mesmeric Orb is still on the table. But let's talk about what I like first. Let's talk about what I like. I like that we have some fairly expensive stuff for our reanimation targets. I like Valgavoth the most out of our reanimation targets, but I do like that you went, okay, if I want to do Reanimator, I need to have some big fucked up boys to reanimate that are going to impact the game state. Now, unfortunately, I don't think many of these impact the game state all that much. I think Lord of the Void is very cute. I think Sphinx Mindbreaker, because this is one of our 7-mana spells, this is the thing we want to be the payoff. This is not the thing where we want to go, all right, I have invested a discard outlet and a reanimation spell into a thing that is going to gently set up a separate reanimation spell. And the things I want you to hold in your mind is I want you to take Sphinx Mindbreaker, but I want you to imagine the investment we have to put into it. And then I want you to look at, you'll be looking at the orb again later. One card, same mana value. Obviously, we cannot reanimate this as easily as we can reanimate the Sphinx. Mills the same amount, and you get a thing that's in the deck. Even better. Then I want you to consider why this is infinitely fucking worse than that one. Up at the top. Pure Euphoria. Great. So if we keep comparing things to Rise of the Dark Realms and Breach the Multiverse, like that is the level of anything you want to reanimate from your own deck should be Pure Euphoria. If it does not give you Pure Euphoria, we should probably cut it for something else that is a solid way to set up a Pure Euphoria card. So like Wormcoil Engine this is devastatingly okay. Brainstealer Dragon, every time I've ever played this card, it has bricked, but it is so funny. So funny to hit people with the, I'm gonna rob you with the Bimbo Dragon now. Also funny for Lord of the Void, but Valgavoth is the best one. And I was talking about this card the other day. Valgavoth is one of the only reanimation targets where you can bin it, you can reanimate it, and it cannot just be Swords to Plowshared on fucking turn 2. Because you have to sacrifice 3 non-land permanents to the ward cost. I don't think we have Sepulchral Primordial. But before we even get there, holy god, do I hate these whatever discard outlets. I think you are way too confident in the idea that you are going to have a good thing in hand and a reanimation spell. And we're using a lot of card slots on like, what if I bind my guy for the most dog shit payoff ever? And so like Crypt Breaker, what if my thing that got my thing in the graveyard got me extra cards and also was mana neutral? We will give it some time to load. And obviously Frantic Search is basically gold standard. Basically gold standard is I get to cycle cards, and this is all going to be mana neutral. This is the wood standard. I think the bronze standard, which we might be able to angle for a little bit better, are things like Likeness Looter, where we go, all right, I'm going to have to discard a card. The benefit for that is I get a new card. What I want you to understand about Cryptbreaker is you have said, yeah, a 2/2 zombie is on average better than any card I could draw. If you truly believe that, we need therapy, not a commander deck. Because Likeness Looter says, like, okay, if I want to bin something, I'm going to replace it with a different card. Hopefully that card is good. I'm actually kind of on, where were they? Like Dreamscape artist saying, oh, I'm going to turn my card into ramp. I think it was mostly for something to sack to Tevish, if I recall correctly. Why are we not making thralls? Why are we not thralling all over things? We get two guys a turn. And we should be robbing. I think this was the thing where we got like too deep in the synergy sauce instead of just going like, bro, I don't even have shifting grift. What if I make 2 0/1s and then I trade the 0/1 for your commander? What's up with it? What's up with it? Equally quirky, infinitely more effective. See you, Gucci. I think Mirage Mirror is kind of the same thing. Like Mirage Mirror is a card that gets way, way better as your opponents play better and better cards. If we want this to be a bracket 2 deck that is going to maybe compete at bracket 3, you are not going to have a lot of great targets for Mirage Mirror. Astronaut's Altar is pure crack smoking. I like Soul Shatter. I like Confounding Riddle. You are a goddamn maniac, but I can see it because you really want to alt Tevish. I agree with Moment of Truth. I agree with 3 Steps Ahead. I do not agree with Essence Flux because this returns to owner's control. Entomb, sure. Culling the Weak. Don't see why. Is there a bulk quota for this deck, Terrence? Just tell me now. Just tell me now, or I'm gonna have to be angry the whole roast. Is there a bulk quota we're working with? Blue Overrun! I've slipped Xanax into the Kool-Aid. This is my Crater Hoof. Parents, I'm gonna lightly suggest an alternative for Blue Overrun, which is just having creatures that could hit somebody. What if you just had a creature that could hit for damage? Like, for example. Think about it. This is theft. I won't hear shit about it. This is on theme yet again. This is a reanimation target. Is it bad? Yes. Is everything else in this deck bad? Also, yes. I knew it was coming. It's good! It's good! So I think we can use this. Alright, let's talk about what I do not like. 37 lands is a little bit low, but it's not criminally low. What I dislike the most about this deck is I think we have spread ourselves too thin between robbery and reanimation. Doing a reanimation deck genuinely takes a lot of work because reanimation's really bad. unless you are comboing off with the reanimation, like every time I say reanimation is bad, some fuck-ass Mardu CEDH player comes into the comments section like, you don't understand my Celis deck. I do, bro. I'm talking about reanimating a creature where the goal of the reanimation is the creature hits for damage. That is a critically weak strategy in Commander unless you are doing mass reanimation. And so if you're doing Dimir, I'm going to reanimate these big fucked up creatures, that requires so much support that we've kind of left all of the theft stuff off to the side. Now, it sounds like you've been through a few iterations of, I had a deck that was mostly theft. Everybody got mad. And so what may work the best is we may have to make this primarily focused on reanimating, and then we just sprinkle a little bit of theft in. Rather than going like, oh, I'm half and half. Anytime you go, this deck is half this and half this, you've probably failed at both, unless one or both of those things is stupendously easy to do. Like, you can make a deck half landfall, half big mana, because those are tied together by the extremely easy strategy of what if I played lands and I was green. I was trying to make it a I'm stealing from the graveyard type deal, and yeah, but it sounds like there was also a necessity. It sounds like we had a quirky quota. Because if you wanted to make it a I'm stealing from the graveyard deal, we walked straight on past the stealing from graveyard Costco. Ooh, oh no, did I just turn you on this? Fuck. That's much worse. But this is a precon that exists, Terrence, and it is wildly fucked up and stinky. So if we want to do I'm stealing from the graveyard, I mean, genuinely, this is just the better option. I wish there was like some weird and freaky way you could do it with Tevesh Sakashima, but if you want to do graveyard theft, Nagathrod is the commander. Nagathrod is the commander. You can throw in a few other mill cards. You can throw in the other like Euphoria things. But if we want to say, I'm trying to make it a stealing from the graveyard type deal, does not steal from the graveyard, helps, does not steal from the graveyard, steals extremely badly from the graveyard. Tiny Bones the Pickpocket is an effective a thief as a 5-year-old who's trying to get an extra juice box, because you have to pay full mana. As soon as you go, I am stealing your spell, but I'm paying full price from it, that's just corporate headhunting. Does not steal from the graveyard. 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 There we go. Does not steal from the graveyard. Does not steal from the graveyard. Right, steal from your graveyard while also using my graveyard. That is the I'm half doing one thing and I'm half doing the other thing, and therefore I'm bad at both that I'm talking about. We can't have or what I want you to think about is decks do not have the room to commit setup pieces for both strategies like that. You do have the room to include one-off bombs that can use it. Like Breach the Multiverse, and this is presumably why it's in pure Euphoria, this requires no setup. If I cast this spell by itself, I am stealing from your graveyard. If I cast Rise of the Dark Realms, we probably still need a little bit of setup, but I am just stealing from the graveyard. If you want to use your own graveyard, it requires a ton of setup. And it requires a ton of setup that by necessity has to be taken away from milling my opponents and robbing my opponents. this is what I'm trying to point out here, is you don't have the space. You don't have the space to make both happen effectively. You have to choose one that's going to happen effectively, and the secondary strategy, you can commit 5 to 10 cards, and those 5 to 10 cards have to be totally self-contained. And then it will work. And so if you want to make using my own graveyard the main thing, and you sometimes want to rob the opponent's graveyard, Captain Nagathrod, basically a self-contained thing. He needs a couple horrors, which is not a very hard thing to do. Breach the Multiverse, basically a self-contained thing. Rise of the Dark Realms, basically a self-contained thing. I have cast this spell multiple times in a deck that does not mill people at all, and it's still useful. Rexial, basically a self-contained thing. Have you cast a spell? Do you have colors? I'm gonna get to rob you. And then that means all of the deck setup has to be, how do I fill my graveyard and how do I reanimate these self-contained theft tools, rather than Ruin Crab is here to set up your graveyard for eventual theft. Likeness Looter is here to set up my graveyard for eventual reanimation. Crypt Breaker is here to set up my graveyard and maybe give me something to sacrifice to Teversat. Like, we have too many priorities. There's not enough hours in the day. We're doing the like high school kid thing of, I go to school and then I go to soccer practice and then I go to choir and then I go to basketball practice and then I go home and I can't fucking think straight because I've been running around all day. So I would highly recommend tunneling down to, this is the thing I want to do great. And all of my support, all of my engines are going to do the thing. Words are so hard, man. This is the thing I want to do great. All of my engines are going to help me do that thing. And they're going to help me do that thing well. I need high quality ways to do that thing. And then I will have this secondary goal that I don't really have to prepare for. I can just spend mana. Thing's gonna happen. And so if we want theft to be the secondary, here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Chaos, that sounds disastrous. I hope it works out for you, but that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, my friend. Oh, Gucci was saying bye to Lilith, my bad. How do I need to make the font size on YouTube bigger, because I'll be honest, I'm too old for this shit, you guys. Like, how do I do that? Default font size in, oh yeah, we're gonna make this shit stupid. That didn't do anything. That didn't fucking do anything, god damn it. I figured it out. Okay, now I need Twitch chat back up. Fucking phenomenal. I've not played Daggerheart. Doyle Dixon, I currently only have... Let me show you what the second screen looks like right now. Hold on. We'll flip it over. Where's my display capture? There we go. It's zoomed in weirdly because I'm switching monitors, but I have like, here's how I hit my ad breaks. YouTube chat was previously, hold on. Oh fuck, I can't zoom this out? Oh no. Oh wait, here we go. YouTube chat was like twice as zoomed out as that, and so I zoomed them in here, and then we have the Twitch chat and everything. So I was just like straining my eyes way too much for everything I was doing. Anyway. So Terrence, this is what I would recommend to you, is I would make, if you like playing with your own graveyard, I would make this primarily a reanimation deck. And then I would just have your reanimation targets be self-contained theft things. So I wouldn't recommend Sphinx Mindbreaker. You can keep Rexiel, Brain Stealer, Lord of the Void. Demon of Dark Schemes is weird. The individual interaction, very cute. The idea of, oh, I lay down Demon of Dark Schemes, I board wipe the token player, that gives me the energy to reanimate way more stuff. Hot. However, the motherfucker costs $15. We want things that cost $2 that set us up, or we want $20 things that we are shoplifting. Valgavoth is our $20 shoplift option. I typically recommend that reanimation decks have a kind of half pipe mana curve going on. You want to have a lot of stuff between like 2 and 4 mana that will set up your graveyard really, really well. And then you want the really expensive shit that you're going to get back out, like Valgavoth, like Lord of the Void, like Brain Stealer, that are going to be huge self-contained advantage engines. We don't want to ever be reanimating, okay, if I reanimate this 6 mana thing, it will help me reanimate an 8 mana thing later. It's too many steps when the green player just has to go like, what if I tapped 3 lands for Galta? Can we do Commandeer? It ain't the hand if we take it from the stack. I don't think we have the card advantage for it. I don't think we do. I think Mind Leech Mass is going to get us in trouble off the smell. Because this is, if people are getting salty about us playing things from their hand, this is exactly the type of card that's going to make everybody angry. Now, will they also be mad when you cast Bribery on them? Yes, 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 but who cares about them? You're also missing Jortsweed. Thank you for the raid, my dog. I hope you're having a good stream. How's your day going? How you feeling? You're also missing the extremely obvious value engine of like, we need to commit to board. We need tempo. We need card draw. What could possibly do all of these things for us? I have suggested big naturals, and now here I am once again suggesting busting. Every time he starts the rhetorical question, it's always Buster Sword. I think this is, I will say, this is the weakest deck I'm suggesting the Buster Sword for, because we have a very small number of things that are good equip targets for it. But I think if we begin cutting like the Hedron Crab, the Ruin Crab, we have these little flyers that carry it well, our Death Touchers carry it well, our clones can even carry it well, because if we clone something and then Buster Sword it, it's now better than the thing we cloned. I also, special note here, I'm going to really recommend Malicious Compliance. You said your table complained about stealing creatures off their board or stealing creatures out of their hand. I don't remember how to spell this motherfucker's name. There he is. There she is. I want to be so clear. Not technically theft. You are going to clone their creature, and then there can only be one, dog. We're highlanding out here. You are just going to happen to destroy whatever other thing is also named that. So if we want to... I have a Niv Mizzet clones deck. This is one of my favorite clones. Because it's also destroy up to. And so you can target your own thing and you don't have to blow it up. Or if my opponent has a good thing, I target their thing. Cinema. Let's talk about other good things we can do. You have the good hits of Lord of the Void, of Valgavoth Terror Eater. Cavalier of Night and Yawgmoth are very cute. These seem like just good cards that happen to exist in here because we have a Tevesh Zot deck. So if I want to be on milling myself and because I have milled myself, I want to be able to bring a great big thing back to the field. We have Glimpse the Unthinkable, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. This is the type of shitty niche theme card that I think you can afford to run if you want to use your own graveyard. You're going to be able to loot, you're going to be able to mill yourself, you will eventually get a big strong guy out of it. His mana value is very low for a number of your reanimation targets. Like Ancient One, extremely grabbable with Lively Dirge. Ancient One, extremely grabbable with this fucking idiot. Demon of Darks, no, not Demon of Darks, with Cavalier of Night, because it's CMC. Is 4 mana loot too much? Yes, 100%. What you are looking at the 4 mana loot is flood protection. This is if I have 4 mana, I get to loot and I get to mill. You're 100% going, I am looting, I am going to discard something big, I'm going to mill myself a lot because I discarded something big. And so it's not just loot, it's loot plus imagination. Or if you, like, I think this guy is good whichever direction you decide to take the deck because it's target player. So if you want to use your own graveyard, he will use your own graveyard. If you don't want to use your own graveyard, he will get somebody else's graveyard. I agree with Singularity Rupture as well. Very expensive board wipe. This will set up every graveyard for the type of theft you want to do. Other good targets. Come on, stop making me click on that. Yeah, you could do Evil Twin. I would certainly recommend Evil Twin over, like, where was this motherfucker? The Vanishing one. Flesh Duplicate. Like, Flesh Duplicate exists for CEDH cloning. You do not need to be this efficient in bracket 2. We would much rather keep the creature or get additional upside on the creature versus like, ooh, I can clone your thing for 2 mana. On turn 2, what are you doing? You taking their Birds of Paradise? Nobody fucking cares. Nobody fucking cares. And if it's in the late game, you would rather just play Calidus Assassin and tap out to get their good thing and kill their good thing. Like, this is genuinely too efficient of a card for the dumb top-heavy magic we want to do here. But if we want to steal from other people's graveyards, here's another very good self-contained thing. I want you to imagine, for instance, I play Baleful Strix, I play Likeness Looter, I play Mockingbird, I ninjutsu in Ink Eyes, I rob you. Now I can reuse my clone on a different thing. Now I can replay Baleful Strix to draw a card. Like, this is the type of how do I rob from your graveyard in a self-contained way that we want to be using if we want to do graveyard robbery. Like, something needs to be in the graveyard, but we're almost always going to have that. Whether it be via, like, removal or mill or that person doing their own draw and discard stuff. Let's just go to the playtest to be sure. Oh yeah, totally fucking useless. Perfect. So we'll do tap land turn 1, this turn 2. We're not doing shit, baby. I get Ophiomancer, and I get a little Death Toucher. Fucking Thief of Sanity, baby. Let's go. Fucking Crypt Breaker, baby. Let's go. And I will... So turn 5, I will rob the top 3 of somebody's library. So we have 1 card. Now, we cannot really evaluate how good that card's going to be, but we can evaluate you've been able to steal 1 time. You've been able to steal one time from the top of somebody's deck, and we have to pay for it. My least favorite type of theft. We Confounding Riddle during someone else's turn. If I'm being incredibly kind, we will pretend that you did not have to counter a spell, and we get to check top 4. 1 goes to hand, rest goes to graveyard. Fucking, I'm taking the land. Not taking Bog Witch, that's for goddamn sure. Next turn, I'm gonna stick Tevesh Zot. We're gonna uptick Tevesh Zot because it's actually the best thing your deck can do is steal commanders. Now we have a bunch of shitty 2/2s and everybody at the table is staring at us. We control a swamp, so we get to play this. Probably... We can't actually pay 6 or more into 0 point valid, but we can only pay 5, so we probably wait a turn, and I will stock up. We get 2 into hand. I'll take the land, and I will take probably Yagi. Oh wait, these don't go to grave. Boom boom, I have more thralls. I'm attempting to not get murdered. I play River. I 0 point ballad for like 1 million. I kill everything and I get Wormcoil Engine back. And what I want to impress upon you is not that this deck is non-functional. It's that the game plans of I want to steal from people, which is currently in this playtest only being executed by Thief of Sanity, and this I want to use my own graveyard plan, which is currently only really being supported by Cryptbreaker poorly, because we don't have great targets for these, and by Confounding Riddle, which is kind of poorly. Neither thing is going that well. The only thing that is going well is, well, if I tick up Tevesh Zot enough, I'll get to rob everybody's commander. So the commander works, and you can throw out bodies to make sure that you rob people eventually, but we don't really have a faithful execution of either, oh, look at how I'm using my own graveyard hyper effectively, or look at how good I'm robbing your graveyard. That's not how 0 point works. Oh, put into a graveyard this way? Then we don't get Wormcoil, we get like, I don't know, we get the best thing back, who cares? We have another face down thing. Ah, token copy of whatever best thing was out. Yeah, it's real swingy if you get an early reanimate, etc. Right, so I would rebuild this deck around I am 100% either going to reanimate early or rob you early, and there is a 10% chance the other thing is going to happen. Rather than sometimes this will happen, sometimes this will happen, most of the time a little bit of both will happen. That sounds very attractive to commander players that are afraid of commitment. Straight up just have 2 decks. You can have 2 decks with the same commander, the same colors, and go, this deck is mostly about reanimating my graveyard. This deck is mostly about reanimating your graveyard. And you can just switch them up. Just proxy the cards. Don't spend a bunch of money on it. And it will just work, brother, I promise you. So we're gonna put you, I'm gonna put you straight up monkey in the middle. I like the idea. I like a lot of your individual card choices. I don't like that we are trying to, hold on. I need to get more professional pants for this, because if I go as wide as I need to in these pants, we're gonna get some exclusive content. So give me 1 second. Alright, I think we got the void pants on now. These are a little bit green, and so fucking green screen should Oh no, it's picking him up mostly. So what I don't like, Terrence, we're out here with our 5-year plan. Our 5-year plan right now is balls exposed. We don't want that. We want to be tight. All right, we want a power stance so that you can sprint into these people's homes, grab their family pictures, and insert yourself into them in the place of their parents or children or spouse. Lemon Splaw, thank you for the Prime sub for the 4th month in a row. Welcome to the dog home. Any veggies to suggest that I cook with, trying to actually get healthy with homemade cooking? Hell yeah. Ones I like a lot. Bell peppers. Swag. What else? We recently had to cut out onions because they were fucking up our tummy. So bell peppers are great. Broccoli is really great if you roast it with like some type of healthy fat involved and get like some salt and pepper on it. Ginger is not really thought of as like a cooking veggie, but I like it a fair bit. I love carrots. Snap peas are surprisingly good as well. Mushrooms are a great addition. Those are my quick recommendations. Everybody on TikTok, the main way to get your deck roasted is via Ko-Fi. If you want more info about that, come to Twitch. We have a command !roast, which will tell you how to get it done. But Terrence, thank you for the submission. I hope this has helped guide you, my son. We're going to do the manual ad break, and then it's time for Hunter the Lurker. Brussels sprouts, also really good roasted. Personal question from Lunar Wings, opinion on the new spaceship, the Sarima. We'll get there. We'll get there, I promise. I mean, this is terminally whatever. This is just the 18th tutor option for your legendaries deck. Alright, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Then on the other end of this ad break, it's Hunter's time. Okay, bitches. We have a random FMK from Flimsy Chair. We'll go ahead and get that taken care of, then we should be able to do Hunter's deck. My coworker is coming to my LGS tomorrow. I'm planning on teaching him how to play with the Burke Bria starter decks. Should I try to get him in the pre-release if there's a spot? It could be fun, could also be a lot for someone just learning the game. I would not recommend a pre-release for somebody's first experience with Magic. This may be specific to how I like playing games, but if you do a pre-release and you've not played this game or are not familiar with card games, you're gonna get shit on. You're gonna have no idea what the cards do. The person playing against you is going to be playing like relatively competitively. It's not going to be cutthroat, but like they're going to be trying to beat them. They're not going to let them take backsies. They're not going to go out of their way to explain what they should be doing instead. So it's going to be like 3 hours of them losing hard and having no idea why. That sounds like a terrible fucking experience. After they understand the basics, then pre-release is great. All right, random FMK. This is a pet, so we're gonna have to kill it because it is just an iguana. I guess I am whacking that bush. What am I marrying? Please, please, Avison. I'll take it. I'll take it. I see Spitties up here. I'll take it. Okay, do I have any other rants or requests that I have missed? I don't think so. Last thing, before we jump into the next deck review, I would like to remind everybody, I am still somehow sponsored by Cool Stuff Inc. And so if you happen to be buying Magic the Gathering cards already, please use code MALD for 5% off at coolstuffinc.com, where they sell Magic cards. If you're not, keep not buying them. It's cool with me. I still love you. But if you were going to buy them already, save yourself a little bit of money and get me a rent. What walks on 3 legs in the evening? Mauled with his Sphinx wife and 3rd leg. Are you sponsored by anyone else whose codes I could use hypothetically? Myth, maybe. So here's... Oh yeah, use code ZMain at Ultra Pro. The family is sponsored. Use code ZMain at Ultra Pro. And then, last but not least, I am allegedly sponsored by Rascal Apparel. I believe code Maldhound should still work with them. I have not spoken to my sponsorship rep in like 18 months. I have no idea if I'm on good terms with them or bad terms with them, but this shirt is from them. I like all their clothes. They make very good gym wear. I still personally order clothes from the website. But if you want gym wear, check out Rascal Apparel. Use code Malda. I think they might have forgotten, dude. I still get paid intermittently, so I'm assuming it works, but I like all of their clothes quite a lot. Yeah, it's nice. I like the designs. I love the dump covers are extremely comfortable. They can be as restrained or as silly as you want them to be, but these like pajama-esque pants are tremendously, tremendously comfortable. Very, very good to work out in. Would genuinely recommend whether or not you use my code. All right, no more ado. We have a random Smasher Pass from Noda, and then we have Hunter the Lurker's deck. Hard pass. Hard pass. They will not be leaving me shambling. So Hunter the Lurker has sent in a spooky deck. I'm trying to build a deck that wins through combat damage, but with storm payoffs to help me get there. That smells like baby's first prowess deck. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Krark's penny for your thoughts, and heads to not tell me them. Hey, man, there's a reason we don't mix metaphors. There's a reason mixing metaphors gets you in trouble, and this is why. Here is your head to not tell me your thoughts. Devastating. Dale, thank you for joining the dog home for the 6th month on YouTube. Mind giving some brief advice on a Mardu Ishin deck that is not tokens or Voltron? I will hold that in my head for after this roast. Alright. Only game changers being tutors. Okay. Krark Thrasios. Alright, guys. Here's my totally normal storm/combat damage deck with obligatory head joke. Who are my commanders, you ask? I'm picking 1/2 of each of the best CEDH decks possible. It's totally chill. I just wanted the green. There are other teamier commanders. Alright, so off rip, you have unfortunately made this deck, like you made the ceiling of this deck crazy fucking high. And so we do have to be ready for the heat that's going to come when we go like, oh yeah, I have Krark and I have an outlet for the 1,000,000 mana that I potentially make with Krark. Yeah, Krark cheatery, and we have the Ponzi scheme. Mana. That's such little ramp, but our commanders cost nothing. Touch paper. Yep. Hey, we are beating the CEDH allegations for sure. You got stocking the pantry? Oh, the whiplash. Oh, the fucking whiplash of seeing Krark, Thrasios, Bergie stocking the pantry. We're averaging down, baby. We're averaging down this power level, one piece of draft chaff at a time. Pretty normal stuff. Printer ink. Let's talk about this, Hunter. Let's talk about the 1,000,000 things we could have done to make a Slimes Against Humanity deck that was totally functional. Not only functional, straight up agreeable. And how instead, you decided to be the ooze boy. You showed up to the LGS with sewage in your boots. You took your feet out and placed them on the table, demanding that the pod smell them. This is your fault, Hunter. I said I wanted the green. I'm gonna fucking get you, dog. What if something happened to you, man, and the last thing in your obituary, the last thing Hunter did was put an 18th copy of Slimes Against Humanity on the stack? My head's gonna explode. Value breach. So let's be clear about one thing. This deck does suck. This deck is a car crash, actively. So I think the goal is, if I have Stormkiln Artist, Tavern Scoundrel, Krark's Thumb, and Krark on the battlefield, if I cast one copy of Slimes Against Humanity, I am the happiest boy in the entire world. Let's see how it functions. Why don't we? I'll be generous. I'll let you wait even an extra turn. So we will go... Bam. We will flip 2 coins. We'll sell tails is winning the flip. Heads is losing, tails is winning. So we lose and win. So we put this back to hand and we get a copy. We get red, green, we draw a card. Fucking Underworld Breach is here. We put this on the stack with the floated mana. We flip 2 coins. We lose. We win. We draw a card. We recast this. Oh, whoops. We lose. We win. We lose. We lose. So now this just goes back to hand. We don't have the fucking colors to cast this. We discard to hand size. Oh, no. We have 1,000,000 treasures. Right, we have... How many did we... We had like 3 rounds of casting it and 2 rounds of copying it. So there's 5 treasure tokens on the battlefield as well. Not 6, 5 of you. This is much more effective as a maladaptive daydream than it is as a deck. So on this turn, 3 treasures go away, but we get a new one for casting. Lose, win. So we copy it, we get a treasure for that, it goes back to hand. 3 treasures go into the next one, and we have our first slime. Lose. Win. We get another treasure, goes back to hand. So we're netting down 1 treasure with each of the way we want this to go, but we also have 2 copies of this we have to resolve. And we keep doing this. Win. Win again. So we double copy it and the spell actually goes through. Whew, fucking doggy. Okay, let me... This is what's insane to me. Because of the way Krark works, we don't have a very large amount of cards named Slimes Against Humanity in Graveyard or in Exile at any given time. We don't give a fuck about the artist being like, sure, the deck has Krark mana. Mango, if this makes it into the video, just edit over the whole screen with the deck has Krark mana. The actual amount of treasures is 18 fucking miles west of the point, which is that we are using like a Formula 1 engine to power like the Flintstones mobile. So we do all of this Krark shit. And we just get a bunch of 3/3s. Oh no, it's 2+, so we get like 4 4s or 5 5s. But a bunch of these are from a previous turn when we had fewer. Commander Rexon, so if we want to do... Hey, the Flintstone Mobile has tremendous aerodynamic characteristics. Don't lie in stream, Kolos. Harley Randy, thank you for the 4th month at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Let's see. Is what we want to do Krark things, or is what we want to do Slimes Against Humanity things? Because right now we have like genuinely one of the strongest engines in the game, which makes the deck feel like it's pub stomping, to do one of the weakest outputs in the game. And so is what we want to utilize the strong engine, or is what we want to have our board be filled with slimes? Because the air quotes combo that you want to achieve definitely does function. Krark will carry you all the way to Mount Olympus, but if this deck gets interacted with at any point, our land count is feloniously low. If the original idea I had for the deck was a late game Krark for lots of big guys, so slime lean is probably what I want. Okay. I think the first version of what will work for that is like Falco Spara. The things we want to do now, spell copying is in the vein of things we want to do. Well, yeah, the strategy of this current deck is just not slimes. The strategy of this deck is Krark Storm, but the output is shitty. And so the commanders that can do what we want to do is Falco Spara. What we lose with Falco Spara is the like immediate mana replacement. I think I've seen another one that was attempted to be done with like Jadzi. Yeah. Somebody has tried to do this in Simic with a like late Jadzi, where after you just ramp a ton and you get slimes a ton, and then after you get Jadzi out, every time you cast Slimes Against Humanity, you try to pay the next one for 1, and then if you hit lands, that pays for your next slime spell. What else can we do? Can we do Worth the Raid Mother? She's pretty fucking expensive. That's gonna be tough as well. Yeah, that's true. If we do like Thunderclap Drake plus Jadzi, that gets us all the way to free for our slimes. That could be a late game big slime turn. It is tough to give up red. So let me see. Like, it's tough to give up red, it's tough to give up blue, because really this wants to be is it with green color identity for the slime. So I can understand how we backed ourselves into doing fucking like CEDH Krark setup, but I'm making slimes with it. Hunter, I would like to impress upon you, if your friends like this is totally usable. This is a deck I think is fine for a friend group, but it is obscenely fragile, and when it works so good that people will probably accuse you of pub stomping, because people know the Krark trigger double game very, very well. And so if you were to bring this deck into Gen Pop, I think the two outcomes are somebody has reasonable removal for what you want to do, and you don't get to do anything, or you do get to do something and everyone's like, this motherfucker brought like a bad CEDH deck to the table. Ooh, flubs could do it, yeah. Flubs could do it quite well because the downside of discarding the Slimes Against Humanity is basically not a downside in Flubs the Fool. And you can bring this guy to CEDH, but he's not as much of a known quantity of just like, oh yeah, this deck is going to go off every single fucking time. So Flubs could very easily do what you want. We're gonna go to the zoo for a minute. See what else we have in Temur, because I think Temur are the support colors we want for this. If we want to keep going the route of incredibly powerful commanders we use for incredibly useless things, Storm is pretty goddamn funny for it. It would be tough to this deck would be like as tough to politic as the Krark deck is, but this would be a very, very like self-contained way. We don't have to do a lot of work to make this deck do what we want it to. Flubs can also do it. Calamax only cares about instants, which this is not, so I don't think we want to do Calamax. Riku is kind of too much money to sink into that. The Swarmlord could be an interesting counterweight commander, where if any of your slimes die, it will draw you cards, but you would probably get too deep into like 1/1 counter slop in that situation. We could do a Doctor deck and try to do like exile slimes. Probably nothing going on here. Ugh. Yeah, I think my recommendation for what is going to do this reliably is going to be Flubs. Flubs will 100% be able to work through the card advantage that you need to make sure that you have Slimes Against Humanity in your hand to cast. You will benefit from every single trigger that can happen on this card, because it's either getting you the slimes you need or it's putting slimes in your graveyard to buff up your next slime spell. It gives you all the colors you want, but this is like reliable slime production that ramps up over the course of the game. I think the graph of how effectively you are the ooze boy, let's say this is ooze. Wow, I do not have fine motor control today. Holy fuck. This is ooze. This is time. Flubs is probably going to look like that. over time it's going to go up and up and up, and then eventually you will have like all of your lands in play, you will have all the mana production to keep storming off, and you will just make a board of infinity slimes. Storm is going to be like, not very much, not very much, not very much. Holy fuck, it's all slimes. Holy God. Holy God, it's so many slimes everywhere. Why did we let Hunter do this? And so depending on what type of reaction you would like to elicit, I think that is how you make the choice. If you want a deck that can politic relatively easily, I think Flubs is the pick. If you want the politicking to be hard, but you want the payoff to be absolutely goddamn hilarious, Storm is the pick. Because if you can protect Storm long enough, and the Storm deck would need to be a lot more self-mill. Like, you want to see your new best friend? Does Storm mechanic trigger from copies? No. That would also be tough. We would need to still do some like Manamorphose stuff before Storm connects, or do like hand trippy stuff before Storm connected, and we would probably be like, this would also take us lower on total number of slimes. So the Storm one would be pretty gimmicky. The Flubs one, yeah, opt to the rescue yet again. But this is like your new best friend for both of them. Because we want to get 1 million copies of Slimes Against Humanity into the graveyard as quickly as possible. And more than either of these commanders, I really think all of your dreams are achieved as soon as we overload a Mizzix's Mastery. If we can just get a pretty full graveyard, and then exile all of them, because Slimes Against Humanity does count cards you own in exile. This is really what we want to do. Like, Command Zone, Kashman Zone. I think we want a commander that's just going to make the deck work in general. We have so many cards that are going to let us do dumb, greedy slime shit. You are actually allowed to run Arcane Bombardment. You're going to be one of the first roasties that I give you permission to run this dumbass card. Yeah. Yeah, like, I think this and I think Mizzix's Mastery are the things we genuinely want to be doing, and I think the thing we want in the command zone is something that's just going to keep the rails on. And then we want to be like, oh, how do I do red stuff that's going to, oh damn, oh you like that? Okay, yeah, we can fuck this up. Hold on, we can fuck this up. Into the fucking lab we go. Alright, so look at this dumbass. This is a 2-mana Vampire Hottie with haste. It lets us reuse slimes as often as we want. And again, this is like not a phenomenally good card, but these are the types of support cards that we currently don't get to play because we are playing a Krark deck and all of our support has to be Krark's Thumb cheatery. But there's a lot of shit we can do in Temur that, oh, it's gonna get dumb. This becomes your new overrun effect. Oh god, we could Daring Wave Rider. Look at this dumb motherfucker. When we attack, I mill 4 cards. A slime will be in there. I may cast that slime without paying its mana cost. It will go into exile, where it will continue counting for my slime count. These are your best friends in a Flubs deck. Invoke Calamities, only 2 of them. Look at this greedy little dumbass. You want a Goblin Wizard? Fuck Krark. Get you an Izzet Chemister. We can spend all game exiling our slimes from the graveyard, and then at the end of the game, we can spend 2 mana to recast all of them. Like, this is the type of big end of game turn that is actually going to resolve really, really quickly. This is one of the most fragile pieces. This is at minimum as fragile as the Krark deck was, this specific guy, because if they shoot the Izzet Chemister, they live in exile forever, you can't reuse them, but they still count for your next slime thing. I'm not creating a monster, Danny. I'm killing a monster. This was my first Storm style deck. I'm now seeing my hubris. Hunter, I don't even think it was your hubris. I think it's just a disconnect, like... And this is something I've mostly seen through observation. Intellectually, it should be hilarious when we use very good cards to execute a very silly thing. It should be a funny, oh, look at me, I have a rocket launcher and I'm using it to cook eggs, and then I'm throwing the eggs at your head. It's very cartoony, it's very Looney Tunesy. In practice, it typically comes off as condescending because people see the very powerful value engine and they just check out. They just go, oh, well, you're gonna win this game because you have 30 treasures on board. And you go, no, I'm using it for I'm using it to be Acme. I'm Wile E. Coyote. Please, you don't understand. And they're already on their phone, asleep, whatever. So it's not that you were full of hubris. You built a Storm style deck that did work. It's just that if you have this big, strong value engine, those are actually better suited to just playing big, strong Magic instead of going, okay, well now here is my army of goo. If we want the goo army, everything's Looney Tunes. Everything's Looney Tunes. I like the idea of Storm more, but I see the draw of flubs. Okay, if you like the idea of Storm more, we're probably not on these types of creatures. The types of things you need to be on for Storm. We need to be traumatizing ourselves. We need to be milling our own library as hard as we fucking can, because Storm, you are going to be casting very few copies of this. Most of what you are going to be casting in Storm, you're going to do Manamorphose, you're going to cast Strike It Rich. You're probably not even going to cast Strike It Rich because you're probably going to do like Opt, Consider, whatever. You're going to cast 3 or 4 1-mana spells that are not Slimes Against Humanity, get your combat damage trigger, and then you are going to cast your singular Slimes Against Humanity spell. And we need that to result in a board of 11/11s. So to do that, you want to be on like Hermit Druid, Traumatize, Jador, which is the new Final Fantasy land that has a mode to mill I think, oh wait, no, I think Jadora's target opponent. Suggesting Tale of Tamio. Oh, this is hot. That's really, we might deck ourselves with this. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. Yeah, this is the type of shit you want to be on. Probably in both versions of this deck. But for the Storm deck specifically, the Storm deck is going to be like, I put 2 copies of Slimes Against Humanity on the stack all game, and Storm turns those into big board of a million things. And then you need a Storm deck that's going to work. And so a Storm deck that is going to work is like protection spells and shit. We need protection spells, we need cantrips, we need things that give haste. And then we're just building for like turn 6. I'm going to take a huge turn. I'm going to be there with a full graveyard. I'm going to cast 5 spells, and it's going to make 6 copies of Slimes Against Humanity that all resolve, counting 10 other copies. And then we can achieve your dream. So I'm going to assign you, honestly, I like your premise. I like your premise. I think the problem was not that we were using bad cards. We were using cards that were genuinely too good for how silly our payoff was. But thank you very much for submitting. I hope this was helpful in giving some new direction to the deck, and I hope you enjoyed your time. We're going to do the manual ad break, and then it is time for Aegis Athen, presuming they are back. River Churn Monument, I'm not as big on River Churn Monument. This card is typically better if you want to mill other people. And Dale, yeah, Diviner, super hot. Diviner is super hot in just every deck that wants to cast instants and sorceries. Aquapasta, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Oh yes, and then Dale's request about some brief advice on a Mardu Ishin deck that isn't tokens or Voltron. The place most other people go is Eldrazi, because they have attack triggers. I think the place I would go, and the place I went for Vivi, is because Ishin is such a good commander, I would look for underplayed Mardu cards that have attack triggers that I thought were cute. If I wanted to build a low power deck. If I wanted to build a high power deck, you're probably cheating out Eldrazi somehow. But if you want to do a low power deck, my recommendation would be to go to Scryfall, go to Scryfall Advanced, and go win attack, go to Mardu. Jared Godwin, thank you for joining the dog home on YouTube. I appreciate you very much. Hey boss, what about Thousand Year Storm? That is a trap card for sure. I mean, you could put it in. You could put this in, but it's heavy bait. Like, the thing is, if you do it in bracket 2, because it doesn't do anything by itself, you typically just don't get to pop off with it. This would probably fit in better for the Storm deck than for the Flubs deck, although I could see it in the Flubs deck, but I've played a bunch of decks that wanted to use it. It just never happens how you want it to. Jet G, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome back to the dog home for the 3rd month in a row. So we're gonna do, that's the wrong one. Huh? Where's Where's the thing I looked up? Did I? I wanted to do it mainly because of the lightning alt art. Hey, that's a hell of a reason to do it. I mean, the thing is, Ishin really can span so many power levels. There's not a lot of hard advice. The only real advice is have card draw. There's a lot of Ishin decks that just go like, oh, I'm gonna mulligan until I get my funny attack trigger combo. Oh my god, Ishin got shot, what do I do? Now, there are things that will do card draw for you on the attack trigger, like Caustic Bronco, but don't forget about, like, the basic shit, like Dark Confidant. There's that new artifact from Edge of Eternities that will let you, that is basically better Phyrexian Arena. Make sure you got a full hand. If you have a full hand and you've picked cards that say, whenever this thing attacks, the Ishin deck is gonna work. Alright, now I'll be right back, and then we're going to Aegis Athen. Aegis Athen. Are you still here, buddy? Because I remember they said be back later a while ago. Ahoy! Perfect. I'll be right back. All right. My apologies about the delay, everybody. I went to check the bathroom, and there's like 12 people I have to ban from the Discord. That's going to be a very boring night for me. So my apologies. Let us prepare for Aegis Athen's deck roast. I have missed a drink water redeem from Lunar Wings. We have a random FMK from Schwabling and from Flimsy Chair. Yo, Maul, you doing any pre-releases this weekend? I went 2-1 in my first and found the set makes so much more sense than Final Fantasy. Probably not. I might do one. But what I saw from... Based on what I saw in the early access streams from other people, because I didn't get to do one, but based on what I saw from other people's, I don't think I'm going to like this set. I don't think I'm going to hate it, but Final Fantasy was frustrating and I really liked it. And this was draft, not pre-release. Pre-release, it's a lot easier to be like, it's a lot easier to be goofy in a pre-release because there's not this stress of having to pick every card and worry about if you made a mistake picking that card. Pre-release, you just get the pile and then you do the best you can do with the pile. The stuff that I saw play out in Draft Online was like really, really underwhelming. I was not a fan. But that's all just from watching other people's streams who got to do the arena event, so I don't actually have the best visibility. I'm selling my 6 Ristic Study copies because I've moved to the idea that they should be banned and I refuse to play them, so I might as well let the CEDH players have them. I'm very proud of you, Jester. And then Kolos, as to what happened in the Discord, it was nothing particularly diabolical. It's just like 4 straight hours of people who are adults not acting like adults, and it may just be because I have a headache today. My willingness to get involved with stuff that happens in the Discord varies wildly with how much physical pain I am in. My patience for other people acting inappropriately is really, really tiny when my chronic pain is flaring up, and it is flaring up today, and it's just so much shit where it's like, y'all chose to continue this conversation. I'm also a very big, I refuse to moderate via hard and fast rules. I moderate via vibes. I 100% moderate via vibes. I will ban you for sounding Republican. I will ban you for being a rage baiter. I will ban you for trying to be like sneaky offensive to people. I just won't fucking put up with it. And so it's a lot of stuff like that where it's people who are who have been towing the line a lot and are just doing stuff where it's like, we know that's not appropriate. I'm not gonna waste the time to point out this is like the one word that crossed the line, or this is like the one sentence that crossed the line, but like you guys know this was too up your own ass. Yeah, exactly, Jomi. Okay, instead of water, I'm gonna drink a little matcha latte. I was pondering walking on the razor's edge of jokingly saying typical woke censorship, and then remembered how often you point out the internet does not carry irony at all. Exactly. And I do want to say most of the bans I've made from my Discord are not even you're banned, fuck you for your opinions, whatever. Most of the bans I have gone to the trouble of writing a note to the person in the ban message saying, hey, this is why I feel the thing you did was not polite and not appropriate to do in a space where we're supposed to respect each other and have discussions. In some period of time that I decide totally arbitrarily, if you are willing to write me a letter explaining your contrition and explaining that you understand why it's inappropriate to act that way, you can come back. And of course nobody does it, because who the fuck is going to do that to be a part of some random free Discord, right? Like, it's not that cool of a club. I mean, if they chat GPT'd it, I just wouldn't let them in again anyway. Or they could just make a new account or something like that. Like, it's not a thing I'm actually expecting anybody to take me up on, but I give people quite a lot of chances. Gucci, no, it's free to enter. There's a free, there is a free, if you do !Discord in the Twitch stream, there is a free command to get in. There is a patron only section. There are like 2 channels where if you're a patron, only you can access those channels. And I check those more, like, I don't really go into general chat anymore. There are mod pings that I respond to, and there is Dear Maldhound where I will respond to people who are like asking me for advice or something. But I don't really scroll through, you know, general or like the spoilers or like the custom cards at large, just because the Discord's too big now. But like, my God. Is Patreon generally a better way to support you than subs on YouTube/Twitch? Well, I mean, like, Matthew, subbing on YouTube is free. If you're talking about YouTube memberships, I think the most effective way to support me is the Ko-Fi stuff. Ko-Fi takes the smallest cut. If you want to get stuff back, I think I make more via YouTube than I make via Twitch. The thing about Twitch is just like, Twitch is still, hey Ben, what's kicking, man? The thing about Twitch is still a big element of the zeitgeist. Like, your Twitch viewership is still very much a label people put on you. Like, what zip code are you in terms of Twitch visibility? But financially, I think YouTube, I don't want to get too in the weeds here. YouTube pays me better per view, per membership, per whatever. I get a bigger cut from YouTube. Twitch has largely cultivated an audience that is more willing to support financially. So I think I get more from, in terms of total live streaming money, I get more from Twitch because the Twitch viewers, like, it's a thing. Or, God, my brain is not working the way I want it to. It is an established pattern that Twitch viewers will sub, they will cheer bits, they will gift subs. We had Reing, who gifted 10 subs earlier in the stream, which was tremendously generous. And we have some people like that on YouTube. But for the most part, the average Twitch viewer is more willing to financially support than the average YouTube viewer. But the YouTube viewers who do support, I get more of their money than I do for the Twitch viewers. Yeah, Seed Mater, people just don't. Yeah. And Ben, what's my favorite platform at the moment? Director Chigi, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that Twitch entry fee, bestie. Welcome to the dog pile. I don't think it's TikTok. Here's the thing. Let's Aegis, are you okay if we do a quick detour so that I can lay out the differences between the like 3 main platforms? I promise it'll be less than 4 minutes. Instagram Reels, no, I fucking hate Hell yeah, perfect. All right, Ben, I hope you are still here, so you and me will just drop game for all these people. In terms of, I need a new slide for this. In terms of platforms, still here, baby. Good. I hope you're doing well. I know you've been killing it on all your posts recently, so I'm assuming shit's going well. All right. In terms of platforms, if I'm gonna be real about how I spend my time, it's probably Twitch. I can pull up, I will pull up the analytics right now. I don't think I can pull them up. Yeah, they're in the same window, so I can't pull them up on screen. Over the past 3 months, I average 80 hours a week. No, wait, that's not. No, Jesus, sorry. No, I don't work hard. I'm a YouTube boy. I average 80 hours a month streaming. So I'm spending 20 hours a week streaming. That doesn't sound like a tremendous amount compared to real jobs, and it's not, but like that's far more time. That's far more time than I spend on any other element of my content, and I do it because I like streaming on Twitch. I like trying to be a live presenter and do something interesting and interacting with chat. So if we talk about like a good way to identify what your real priorities are is to just count up how you spend your time. And I spend the most time Twitch streaming for sure. So we'll say most fun. In terms of how I make money, YouTube is my most favorite. Pays me the best. Only thing I can get ad deals for currently. Yeah, really overwhelmingly, every single piece of content I script or I film, it is filmed for YouTube. It will get posted elsewhere. Like, if I'm doing a short, I'm going to post it to YouTube, then I'm going to post it to TikTok, then I'm going to post it to Instagram. It doesn't mean I'm going to post them all at the same time, but when I think about what length do I want this to be, what aspect ratio do I want this to be, what am I going to title it, all of that is optimized for YouTube because YouTube is going to pay me the most per view. YouTube has the potential of getting me ad reads in the future. It is the cornerstone of this being a career. Now let's talk about why I like TikTok. TikTok is, in my estimation, the hardest app to succeed on for a good reason when you are speaking in your own voice. Oh, I don't want to use corny words, but really, unfortunately, TikTok is the best platform to trial by fire, force yourself to make good content. It is the hardest to hold people's attention on TikTok because you do not get the benefit of a thumbnail. You do not get the benefit of a title. You get a little bit of a caption, but you have every video like 3 seconds to get people interested in what you're doing. And then it's fucking done. Like YouTube, you can leverage a thumbnail. YouTube, you can leverage the title itself. You can leverage hashtags a little bit better to get it to the people that want to do it. But overwhelmingly, TikTok is the one app where if you wanted to figure out how to make good content, TikTok's gonna like the internal feedback loop of TikTok will train you better than any other app. Like I started out on TikTok, and if I take things that work on TikTok and I post them anywhere else, they will work. They may not go viral, or they're not going to get 1 million views. But if you take a thing that can work on TikTok, it will work anywhere else, and you can't say that about the other platforms, I don't think. There's a lot of stuff I see on Instagram, for example, that would just fucking drown on TikTok. And I don't know a lot about the ins and outs of each of those algorithms. I don't know exactly why, but Instagram is like 100%, you can just kind of throw shit at the wall. TikTok, and this is again specifically, I only know about the skit space, the using your own voice space. I think people will have some very, very strong and negative and just unnecessarily hateful opinions about people who are making videos to pre-recorded sounds and how effective those are on TikTok versus other platforms. But if you are speaking in your own voice about something or doing skits about something, it's so much harder to succeed on TikTok doing that than it is on the other apps. And I think it's good evolutionary pressure. Like, I think my content is better for having only posted on TikTok for so long. Undead Deer, I'm 100% with you. Bio, I have not seen that yet. So, oh, for a little bit more navel gazing. Here, this will be actually perfect for talking about why TikTok's one of my favorites. This thing I just posted, it's doing tremendously bad. And it's doing tremendously bad. If I go to the analytics, I can see... Oh, I don't know if I'm logged in. Oh, I am. Okay, great. If I go to the analytics, I can see... Get out of here. Let me show people the game. Fucking... Oh, these analytics are actually looking better than they initially were. But if I go to the analytics, I can see that I'm holding people's attention not very well. Most people are dipping out pretty quickly. Very, very few people are staying to the end. And on YouTube, this video is doing, like, fine. It's not one of my standout performers, but it did not flop. It's way harder to flop on YouTube than it is on TikTok. And the flops are the videos that teach me the most. Because anytime I get a flop, that is a video where I go back and I like post-mortem that video and I try to figure out everything that made that video not engaging. Like, the successes tell me much less than the flops do. And everything on YouTube operates in this really, really tight band of all does pretty well. All does pretty well. But TikTok, if you like sending in a 90% thing versus a 95% thing on TikTok will result in like half as many views compared to YouTube, which there'll be like a 5% difference in views, but TikTok will just be like, no, this thing sucks because it wasn't fucking awesome. And that is a good and useful thing. It can be difficult to analyze that because TikTok will also let bad videos do super well. Like, the thing, TikTok does not let good videos do bad. TikTok does let bad videos go viral. And so you cannot investigate, you cannot attempt to investigate your own content by going, what went viral? You can only investigate it by going, what did really bad? Don't repeat that. And then you can try to identify patterns between the entire groups of things that did not do really bad. And you're like, okay, do more of that. Or iterate from here. But whatever did really bad, we don't do that anymore. And for me, I think really bad is like, this did really bad. Recently I was in, I was in a long stretch of most things doing very bad. Is that viewers stopped watching at 2 minutes indicative of the preview that plays when scrolling through but not actually being clicked on, or does it only count clicked on? So Geo, that counts people scrolling through it in their algorithm. What it means, like, let's go to, this is what's happening when viewers are going out in 2 seconds. No. Nah. Not interesting yet. No. I'm frankly not interested. No. That's what's happening. And so it means that the opening, and what I tried to do to retain viewer interest in that video, is that when there's no winning caption, having like a visual caption on the in the first couple frames of the video is a kind of quick thesis statement you can give people to try to get them hooked. And one of the main lessons I learned is that caption fucking sucked. I thought it was good, but empirically people are not interested. Yeah, Alec, it's very feast or famine. And then, Ben, have you noticed the algo reset on TikTok for April, May? I have not noticed. I've attributed, my views have been very, very down on TikTok for a number of months, which I have attributed to less frequent post cadence. It's been very difficult for me to try to wrap my head around anything that's like, oh, what happened to the algorithm? Because there was a pretty long period of time where I was dropping 1 to 2 videos every single day. And then my personal life blew up a little bit. I had to reorient my entire life in a healthier and happier way. And it was successful, but it came at the cost of I went down to only posting like 2 to 3 times a week. And so I've always attributed the view downfall to, oh, I stopped posting as much. Because all my friends started telling me, oh yeah, I used to see you in my feed every day, and now I see you in my feed like every other week. I was like, kind of my fault. Mode of Matthew, thank you for the 100 bits. Happier and healthier, hell yeah. Thank you, Mode. Appreciate you. Welcome to the dog home. And then Alec Man. Apologies, this is TMI, but I've got a Warhammer event coming up next weekend. However, I've been feeling rather disillusioned with the game and or hobby. I can understand why, which I won't get into, but it bothers me. Maybe I just need some reassurance. But what do you do when you get fired up about a thing you... Ugh. I'm going to read that from the top, Alec. I've got a Warhammer event coming up next weekend, but I've been feeling rather disillusioned with the game and hobby lately. Intellectually, I understand why, but it bothers me. Maybe I just need some reassurance, but what do you do when you can't get fired up about a thing you like anymore? I quit. Instantly. With no guilt. And if it's a thing I genuinely care about, I come back to it almost immediately. Sometimes you just need a nap. I have quit content probably 200 times in my life. Anytime I'm feeling burnt out, whether it is about working out, whether it is about content, whether it is about a leisure activity I enjoy, I just immediately accept, like, okay, I don't like this anymore. And being able to accept that actually breaks the depression. Like, you just have to release your attachment to it. And then your relationship to the thing will get a lot healthier. And so with content specifically, because that's the thing that I spend most of my time doing, so it's the most relatable for me right now. But if I ever go, oh, I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm disillusioned. I'm falling out of love with it. I just say, well, then it's fine. I just won't do it anymore. And then 15 minutes from then, I'm like, oh, I want to do this thing again. Like, there's just no... So I would just give up. Because I get like that about working out. Like, if I ever tell myself, oh, I don't feel like working out anymore, and I accept that in my heart, I'll want to work out again in like 2 hours. Same thing goes for most of the games I like. I refuse, at this point in my life, I refuse to force myself to do anything. I just don't. I'm gonna do what I want to do. April, it shifted for me. Cadence remained consistent. TikTok went from my #1 platform to my #4. Same content, performs better everywhere else. That's strange. We should talk about that in greater depth one-on-one, because I would be very interested, because I have never been able to... My cadence is always so over the place that I'm never able to identify patterns like that. Then what do you do if you've lost meaning in everything and just don't have any energy or willpower? I think I'm too much of an egomaniac for that to happen. Because I've had that happen, and every time that's happened, the fix has been I stop doing everything, I sleep, and I cook myself good food. Because I just like... Hell yeah, dude. 100 videos a month? Don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, you could speak to a doctor, but like sometimes you're depressed because your life is bad. Like there's been times in my life when I was depressed, and I was depressed because I was under a constant amount of stress, and the people around me were very negative, and the romantic partner I was with was not very kind to me. And I think it made total sense that I was sad in those. It made total sense that I lacked motivation to do things. It made total sense that I felt bad when I woke up every morning. It's difficult to take that kind of objective accounting of your life when you are in the middle of it. So it is good to see a therapist. I've been to years and years of therapy. Very good to go to therapy. The fix is not always medical. Sometimes the fix is a medical intervention. Sometimes your life is great and you are still possessed with this like incredible level of apathy. But I think that I have, and this is again my, I was blessed to have one of the greatest moms in the entire world. My mom sacrificed an incredible amount to allow me to put me in a position to succeed in my life, and to constantly reinforce that I was able to achieve my dreams as long as I wanted to. And so I have had the privilege of being able to go through my entire life with a deep down belief that I'm that guy, which makes me on some level impervious to any type of like permanent ennui. I don't know how to pronounce that word. It's ENNUI. Yeah. Yeah, ennui. A feeling of listlessness and dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement. I'm immune to this condition. And so for me, anytime I want to give up about a thing, I just give up. Because at this point in my life, I am 100% convinced I'm just going to get back up the moment I'm physically able. Hell yeah, Magic, you just started? Dude, don't rush it. The first 9 months of being a content creator, I was a Call of Duty streamer to 0 viewers. And then I quit. And then I came back and I did it again, and I was also not successful. And then I quit, and then I became Maulhound. And now it's working out. You will get there too. 3 name changes down the line. Okay. What an incredible fucking tangent we did. Thank you all for your patience. We're gonna go look at Aegis Athen's Magic the Gathering deck. Big Boss, oh, okay, never mind. Last thing I'll say, Big Boss Odin, stop trying to be successful on Twitch, I promise you. Trying to be successful on Twitch is a mistake until you are successful on other platforms. Just mathematically, empirically, it just is. Anything you want to do on Twitch is better achieved by becoming successful on a short form platform, and then on every single post you make saying, check out my Twitch. But hold the duck. We're going to have to hold that rant because I have held up Aegis Athene's deck roast for so long to navel gaze. This is a spooky deck. Maja uses land drops to alley-oop every human commander in existence. Sigarda is here to watch her children succeed. One non-human non-Sigarda to get lands and tell aristocrats to shut up. No other non-humans allowed. Apparently the folks in my LGS say this is a scary 3. I feel like it's a regular 3. Please help me realize their fears. So this is the bear test. This is the grizzly bear. Can your deck deal with one person with a pitchfork every turn? Alright, so we have Maja, a 2/3 with a banner effect, and Landfall make a 1/1. It makes me so mad that this is a scary 3. Because I believe you. I believe you is the worst thing. Nuh-uh. They have a fair amount of protection. Untapped stuff has hexproof. Not the slippery bog bonder, dude. Oh, what a fucking gross name. Alright, humans have hexproof. Hating 201. So we can convoke, exile, attacking, or blocking. We have aura shards. So this is probably what's making people go scary 3, is nobody else gets their value engines. Blind obedience. I feel like we have to do something better than that. Let's see. This is pretty good hating. This is pretty good hating. Real. You know what? Honestly, they have this shit coming. Nobody should get fetch lands. Nobody should get them. They get basics. They get basics and a handshake. The part where I see more cards. Oh, Folk Hero's fucked for this. Augur's solid. We got some tutors. Got some lame-ass landfall shit. I just like to point out, Aegis, Watley does not say human anywhere on the card. Dumbass. Okay, laid to rest, human death draw. Oh, this looks disgustingly solid. This Aegis, I'm getting the image of like, you're the person that's been working out in the gym for like 10 solid years with a good diet, so now nobody thinks you're natural. Just because you have moderately large deltoids. The part where the humans punch you. Yeah, you know what? That shit'll do it. That shit'll do it. Oh, God. For multiple reasons. Yeah, Kamal's a pretty decent... I mean, in terms of human Craterhoof effects, this is about the best you can do. The part where I make humans... I mean, the part where you make humans is every goddamn turn of this game. Make my mana big. Hi, baby. Bathroom. Don't worry about why. Don't worry about why.
Why are they...
I have needs. You're so pretty. What in the absolute fuck is a muscle burst, dog? If Diligent Farmhand is in a graveyard, muscle burst effect counts it as a muscle burst. Fuck? What the fuck? What a crazy fucking combo. The buff farmhand. Alright. We have Exploration, Catilda, A little bit of... Oh, God, I hate that Azusa's a fucking human. This is hatefully responsible. I feel like I should be wearing a button up to review this deck, because this is 100%. I wake up at 6 a.m. every morning. I go to the gym. I go to my job at a Big 5 accounting firm. I get off at 4 p.m. I go home. I do some work on the treadmill. I file my taxes early, and then I watch like C-SPAN or like an engineering show. So what I like, this works. This works. I 100% believe in the ability of this deck to function the way it wants to. What I don't like, I hate Kindred. I hate Kindred and I hate people. So human Kindred, you're pressing on both buttons right there. I would love to figure out some sauce that is slightly more compelling than the Hidden Valley Ranch that is Augur of Autumn. We get to go... Sure. I mean, we can drop this in absence of anything else. Play this. Tireless Track on them. Evolving Wilds, give me that clue. Crack Evolving Wilds, give me this forest. Tap 2. Spend one of my clues, draw a card. Next turn. Holy shit. Oh, but it enters tapped. So we cannot Maja on curve. But we almost can. What can we do instead? We can add a line. This is a 4-2. Can we add a line? Oh, whatever. Lands are fixed. It's a playtest. Who cares? Maybe we have an attack. These all swing out. Maybe one survives. It's turn 5. Oh, no. We go Maja first, then Command Tower to make the 1/1. We might need to update this away from 3, quite frankly. Still devastatingly reliable. But I think, like, Adeline, who can swing some 2/2s at you by turn 6. Because bracket 3, for me, the defining combo of bracket 3 is where you are fine getting hit with Exquisite Blood, Sanguine Bond. If you think getting hit with this combo, or more specifically, if you think somebody curving out into this combo is too aggressive, you want a bracket 2 table. This is the most baseline, we get to do this thing. And we have interaction to stop somebody's attempt for that. And I guess next turn, if we get Darien out, that starts to get a little bit better. Because now, Maj is a 3/4. All these 1/1s we make are going to be 3/3s instead. Baseline bracket 3 is winning turn 6. It's not necessarily. It's more of like, you need to be ready for somebody to attempt it turn 6. You need to be ready for a combo deck to attempt it turn 6. If you don't want a combo, like, if anything, what I would say this deck might be missing for bracket 3 is more stuff like Yasharn, which I do know humans can do. I'm just trying to think of how much damage have we put to board. Not very much. We've maybe contributed 10, between 10 and 15 damage to the entire table. And we're at the point where other people are trying to do tremendously fucked up things. We do have an answer. And so if somebody was trying to do, oh, I curve out into Sanguine Bond Exquisite Blood, hey, look, Lauren is here to tell you to go fuck yourself. But I do kind of feel myself yearning for more Laurens than I do for Devouring Lights. Like, Yasharn and Lauren seem like bracket 3 things. Devouring Light is a crazy fucking bracket 2 call out, though. Although I do find the deck highly reliable. Oh, here's the ramp. 10 days late. If we use a clue. Okay, good. More interaction. Here's a land drop. We get another 1/1. So we have, I think, 3 of these guys that we've made from Maja, and then we have however many are going to survive via Adeline. I wonder, trying to think how we can make this, how we can raise this up to what your little piss baby Spellslinger players actually believe it is. Because I agree with you. I think this can compete in 3, but I do think you will often find yourself wanting for firm interaction. What I would love is if we could get melee up in this bitch. You can small bean this pretty well. Oh yeah, we don't have Kyler. What's going on there? Do we also hate men? Because I'm with you there. Oh, he is in there. Never mind. I'm blind. This is it. This is it. Fuck. This is not a human. Maybe this is all in red. Other spirits have melee. These are just individual guys with melee. This is each creature. Alright, so we're not gonna fuck this thing up in melee. I do think Cosmic Grand is a pretty hot pickup from Edge of Eternities for this. I think our curve is pretty... Our curve is pretty safe. My god, yes it is. So if anything, what we would like is a little bit more top deck access and maybe a little bit more mana advantage. How do we feel about things that... Well, actually, I don't need to ask you. I can just investigate how we feel about that. Yeah, Crucible of Worlds, that does not say human on it. Therefore, we're allowed to play Elven Chorus. Empirically. Do we have enough creatures? We have 33. That's pretty high. Are there any other good... Because one thing, Aegis, that I am deeply worried about is I doubt your ability to utilize a lot of the Maja tokens until you have a critical effect of banners out. Like, while these Maja tokens are 2/2s, I know we all love Max Holloway. He would get murdered by the Mountain if they ever fought for real. And so if you're trying to slam 2/2s into the Dino player, I feel like we're better off utilizing them for mana to get more gas out of the top of our deck. Now, there may be other options that are better for this. We go to Selesnya and see if we can do this a little more human-pilled. Assemble the players is nice and cheap, but I don't think that power 2 or less thing, no, that is not going our way. This hand gets empty fast. Ooh, hold on. Ooh, hold on. I think there's probably too much mana. Okay. Straight up, I like Durnan quite a lot. This guy is in my Henzi deck, and he is always a motherfucker. Undaunted is such a god. It's a 3 mana reduction at basically every single phase of the game. And so having a 3/3 that's at minimum going to be a 4/4 is hopefully going to be a 5/5 and gives me a massively cost-reduced creature. Eric, I don't think we hate cute little enchantment creatures, but I think we need them to do more. I think making mana is not enough. I don't think this deck has a mana problem. This deck lives well within its means. This deck has a 401k, it is invested in CDs and bonds, and it has never heard of the word cryptocurrency. What we are worried about is running out of cards to spend our mana on. A little bit too cute, I think. So the legendaries only. I do have a RIRA. Ranger class is just 8 mana is so fucking expensive for that. Realm Walker is definitely a cop-out. It's good, but it is a fucking cop-out for sure. We do have Font of Blessings, right? I can't... Yeah, we have Font of Blessings already. Summoning Trap's really fucking funny. I just want to highlight this for a moment. It's probably not good for you because all of your creatures are like okay as fuck and not actually that criminal. Oh my god, this is really the end of it. Oof. Okay. What about... Would Horn of the Mark do it? Aegis, I think this is going to have to be... Oh, I don't think we have Caretaker's Talent. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's no way. Oh my god, you dirty little bunny hater. Oh my god, we're not running a rapid adoption service. CGB, I failed you. Yeah, I mean, this thing is gas as hell. 3 mana for a incredibly reliable card draw engine, and then late game I can dump it to make sure all of my creatures are fucked up. Then we had somebody asking about, isn't Sanguine Bond, Exquisite Blood technically a bracket 4 combo? I think it's one of those that is on the edge, but quite frankly, on a vibes basis, this thing is bracket 3. Like it falls right inside the line of this can happen by turn 6, but genuinely Exquisite Blood Sanguine Bond belongs in bracket 3. And I won't even appeal to where it belongs in the brackets. I will instead appeal to, if you think Sanguine Bond and Exquisite Blood are too strong for the type of Magic you want to play, you will have more fun in bracket 2 than in bracket 3. I think that holds true universally, no matter like how we debate the legalese of which bracket that specific combo belongs in. Okay, let's go back to Aegis's deck. How do we... God, I hesitate to refer to Horn of the Mark as sauce, but tell me, Aegis, do you think you can trigger this reliably? Hearing calls for Rite of Harmony. I don't know if we're explosive enough for Rite of Harmony. This deck, I mean, if we have Adeline on the table, ooh, yeah. Ooh, we're happy if we have Adeline. But if we don't have Adeline, I think we're probably making like 1 to 2 creatures a turn. At that point, we'd rather just play Harmonize. Yeah, Lax, Takesia's Welcome is definitely better than Rite of Harmony 9 times out of 10 for this deck. Welcoming Vampire is not a human or angel. Therefore, you are going to be banned permanently from the Twitch stream. Thank you, Darebrand. Velociraptor, we don't have these because Welcoming Vampire is not within... It's not within our speciest constraints. And then Mentor of the Meek, the deck has a lot of banners on, and once you get a second banner, you can no longer trigger Mentor of the Meek, because Mentor of the Meek cares about power. So Caretaker's Talon is really good for us because it just cares about it being a token. Horn of the Mark is really good because it cares about us crashing out. Everything else, not as good. Descendant's Path. Ooh! And it's got humans on it. This is pretty good. This is a little bit of top deck checking, a little bit of cheating. This is the type of cheating we need to compete in bracket 3. I like that quite a lot. Let's look at Hunter's Bow. We do not need this. Okay, the other thing I want to look at, because I don't know humans very well, is I just want to look... What is human question mark? I'm just going to look at Selesnya humans and try to see if I can identify some spice that we have missed here, because boy howdy do we need to introduce this deck to the concept of paprika. We got land drops, we got most of these bitches. We are not doing enchantments. Ranger Captain of Eos isn't the worst thing ever, but this seems like much more of a meta call than it is anything else. We have brought up Cosmic Grand Zenith. We probably have more creatures than everybody else. Banners are gonna fuck this up again. I feel like Weathered Wayfarer might not be a bad idea to keep us on track, but once the deck is working, he is completely fucking useless. I don't know if we have Mana Mother. Do we have Heronblade Elite? Oh my god, we don't have Heronblade Elite. I feel like this has to be useful for sure. I also struggle to believe that Mikaeus will not be useful for us. Maybe we already have him, though. I admittedly spun through this pretty fast because I thought every card in here is like, this is Clark, this is Dave, this is Angela. So I think for the part where humans punch you, we can absolutely trade out Mirari's Wake for Mikaeus. I think this mana doubling on 5 is probably not super necessary for us. Or it's mostly greed. And we're doing like, oh, it's fine to be greedy because we're going to get this +1/+1 banner. Whereas Mikaeus is a reusable +1/+1 banner over and over and over and over. Hero of Bladehold is a decent token maker, but because he makes them tapped and attacking, he has the same weakness as Adeline, where maybe we just send them into the meat grinder. He is a human, but is not making humans for us. Don't think we need a self-mill. Celestine is kind of interesting. Is Sun Titan a human? He looks like a guy. He looks like he's named Brock. No, he's just a giant fuck. So if we gain 3, I think our curve is mostly... Our curve is mostly on 3. So Celestine, I think, is also considerable as top end in case things are getting shot often. Even if they're not getting shot often, it will rebuild you slowly yet steadily from a board wipe. Is there something I like more than it, though? Oh, I hate this because it's so boring, but you're not wrong. I think I like Celestine more than I like Veteran Beast Rider. Darebrand, I think they said it's bottlenecked by cards more often. Look at Symmetry Matrix. The Hawkmeister, thank you for the 8 months in a row with Prime. I appreciate your generosity. Welcome back to the dog home. We are not getting big enough for Bugenhagen. Oh no, this is incredible ragu, Demi. We don't have Herald's Horn, but we are going to put Horn of the Mark in. So let me look, and let's just pretend turn 4, we are going to, like, pseudo companion cast Symmetry Matrix, and we will see how good it does. Can we keep this opening hand? I think we might have to. No, I'll be greedy. I'll mull 1. Sure, 4 lands and the best creature in our deck. Prevail 1. Oh yeah, great. Turn 2, I get my farm hand out. Turn 3, I get probably Adeline out. No, I'll be greedy. I'm just gonna rush out Maja as quickly as possible. So it would have to be now we spend 4 mana on Symmetry Matrix. We have it for free because I said so. So now whenever power equals toughness enters, we can pay 1 to draw. We drop this tap land for turn. We make a 1/1. We trigger Symmetry Matrix. We spend our 1 open mana, draw a card. Great. We Balaged, make a 1/1, Pay 1 mana, draw a card. Hell yeah. We Sigarda, Font of Blessings. Pay our last mana, draw a card. We get to look at the top and do stuff from the top of our library now. I'll dump this land, who cares? Next turn, we can't play lands off the top, but we play a land, tap it, draw Ardenvale. We play this off the top, pay 1, draw swords, put a hexproof counter on this. We can't get this off the top, I don't think. But we have a hand that's just fucking full of interaction. We've drawn, I think, 1 or more cards every single turn. Yeah, I would say Symmetry Matrix is pretty fucked up for this deck. However, I will say, I think this is more on the level of, like, regular Dagular 3. I think if you want to do Scary 3, we have to either have some type of more aggressive stacks, or we have to have some type of more aggressive combo. I don't think we need that to have a good time. I think this is like Maja's CrossFit gym. We're here to do some push-ups and beat you up. I do like this pun, though. I'm a pretty big fan of this pun. But I approve... Send white men to their deaths over and over. I fucking love that. You would need to, if you wanted this to be scary. If you wanted this to be like, I'm gonna fuck you guys up, what you would need to do is like Draneth. You would... I think we're still... I can still just keep looking through humans. We would want more explosive things than things that just built up slowly over time. That's usually the heart of bracket 3, is like, once I get past 7 mana, I can just be trying to end the game. You could do more human-based removal things like Palace Jailer. Monarch is also going to give you a lot of cards, and you theoretically will have the 1/1s to support them. We have Tauren already. Catilda is pretty slow, which is frustrating. Thalia's Lieutenant is quite cute. That's a very solid 2-drop human, depending on how many of those we already have. But we could do like, and these are all going to be meta calls. We could do Containment Priest, because these only hit non-token creatures, and we're casting currently every single one of our non-token creatures. Robus, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Chillin' Gamer, I am posting the link in chat right now. However, commissions are not currently open, so keep that in mind. Where are my other stacks pieces at, dude? I know you motherfuckers are in here. Glare of Subdual? What fucking shit are you recommending to me right now? Oh, this is so woefully unnecessary. I think we're better off just doing a banner to make our things win combat than we are trying to tap stuff down. This is so my worry about using this as a draw engine is I do not think our counter game plan is firm enough yet. If we get to keep her around, maybe it could become firm enough. Who would we kill for that? We'd probably look for the part where I see more cards. Avarice, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. Oh, I'm sorry. We put this under card draw for the alt? Yeah, get that shit out of my face. In fact, we're playing Halia right here. I think if you play Halia and we just put a counter on my biggest thing, that works decently. Play Halia, counter on Adeline, swing Adeline. Now you have to block it, or it's a card engine. Yeah, these are both very solid, or not very solid. I think decently solid stacks pieces. Then yeah, let's let Huatli rest with the dinosaurs, and let's have us focus on the humans and the beating the shit out of people and all that. God, we're too responsible. Oh yeah. Aegis, how do we feel about Fursonas? How do we feel? Just hear me out. How do we feel about a little mid-game awakening? Oh, period. Because we compare it to like the part where humans punch you. I think Beastmaster Ascension probably feels better than Felidar Retreat. I'm presuming you're doing the like 1/1 counter on Landfall thing. Beastmaster Ascension is a much more like concise and explosive. I'm killing you now. I realize Felidar Retreat has endless potential. If I just keep playing lands, they'll just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Because you're so good at getting wide, if you play Beastmaster Ascension turn 6, you could genuinely threaten lethal on a player. Because this is not one or more. This is for every human you swing, you get a quest counter. And so if we have stuck an early Adeline, and any of those have stuck around, and we get to swing like 5 creatures at once, I actually don't like Tydeus before Halia, because what I like about Halia is that she's going to... Combat is a game where every single point of power and every single point of toughness matters. I think Tydeus pays off with more cards immediately, but Halia is going to give us cards. She's probably going to give us a card the turn she comes down, because we'll have something to buff and swing. And Halia is going to get our biggest thing over the break point of like, okay, now I won't die in combat to John's commander. We could do Idol of Oblivion, but I think we are pretty tight on card slots. I want to impress upon all of you, Aegis Athen has made a very reliable deck. We do not have the room to do an entire overhaul. Their diet's good. Their room is clean. They get regular exercise and sunlight. We're trying to teach them how to tango a little bit. We're trying to teach them to embrace their inner cringe, get them to shop at Hot Topic one time. But we can't actually do a whole lot. 3 out of 4 right there. And so I think if we have Caretaker's Talent, we're happier with Caretaker's Talent than Idol of Oblivion. I'm not sure we have room for both. Because like a tutor, that's good. This is unfortunately good as fuck. If we wanted... No, Idol of Oblivion is just as generic as this is. We're already killing Huatli for something. Laid to Rest is fire as fuck in this deck. This is giving us a banner and a hottie. Like, I think Camaraderie could go. We've seen this in both of the hands we kept in the playtest, and it does feel very... It feels very win more. It feels very, like, touchdown dancy without actually helping us get the touchdown. And so if you wanted, if any of the cards you have seen you really want to find room for, I think Camaraderie is what can be replaced. But if anything, I would turn this into Halia to just help push forward our broad game plan of what if I punched cards out of you. We're going to put you on the pyramid. Did I spell this right? I feel like I fucked up the Athene part. I did fuck up the Athene part. That's my fault. I'm so sorry. Yes, Heronblade Elite is still necessary over... Swap out one rant piece at random for Heronblade Elite and have a very good time. This is incredibly solid. I think this is a good gimmick. I think you get to use enough cards that people haven't seen before that you're going to be able to hold interest. If you ever play it against me, I'm going to target you relentlessly. I'm going to throw the game trying to get you out of it, because you are the exact type of game plan I hate, which is, oh my god, they're beating me to death with very fair creatures. But if we want to bring this up at all, the way we bring it up is we start getting the big meaty stacks and prison pieces that just totally lock out the other bracket 3 strategies. And that way we avoid, because what's going to fuck us is getting to turn 9 and you go, all right, for turn 9, I play a 4/4 that turns all my 2/2s into 3/3s. And then you pass and the other person casts Rise of the Dark Realms. Or the other person goes like, okay, I cast, fuck it, even Craterhoof, because you're locked out of Craterhoof because you're playing just fair, normal people. We can't compete at the top end, and so what we either have to do is make our middle game way faster with the explosive banners like Beastmaster Ascension and Gold Knight Commander, or we gotta lock people out of their top end. And we can do that with a few well-chosen stacks pieces. Or you could lean more into tutors, honestly, to just pick your best humans more often. Not Green Sun Zenith. Horde. Hey, thank you, Lax. I appreciate you. You could just do more of this. That's another way you can bring the deck up to Scary 3. Because we have everything in this deck is solid. We have a few standout creatures, and you have a lot of tokens that can help you convoke. But that's going to be where we call this Aegis. Thank you for your patience with all my tangents beforehand. Thank you for submitting. I hope we've given you just a little bit of extra spice to add into your diet, and I hope you enjoyed. We're going to find somebody to raid. We will be live again tomorrow doing more of the same. And I'm going to try to sleep 13 hours to fix whatever problem my brain is having with basic language. But thank you all for being here. Oh my god, all my friends are offline. And, well, our one online friend is Beard Princess, who is away, who is like on a break right now. Hell yeah, Aegis. I appreciate you. Jomi, we will do your FMK tomorrow, because I am coming apart at the seams right now. We will do similar or smaller size. We will do same category. And if anybody has people they would like me to raid, I'm happy to do that. Germa985 is a small up-and-coming content creator you can raid. Yeah, you know what? I'll think about it. You know what? I see Astral's Flame in my suggested thing. We will do Astral's Flame. Hit them with the indestructible Justin rant, please and thank you. You can pull that up with the command !Voltron. Thank you all for being here, listening to my ramblings. We'll be live again tomorrow at noon with some more deck roasts and hopefully less vamping. I will see you all there. Thank you all for the support you have given. It means the world to me. I hope you guys are having a good weekend, and please remember to stay toxic.